All right.
Yeah, take your time. We got about 15 minutes.
I'm still trying to get us rolling on platforms.
Ay, 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 ay.
No, no. Okay. Go live. Oh, for Christ. Oh, nothing is working right now. I was, oh.
I get your feeling, man.
No.
I feel your pain.
I don't have nights like this very often, but right now I'm getting very pissed off. Okay, that one's going now. All right, now.
Make progress, man. Make progress.
Fuck. Okay.
Buttons are being connected. Cables are being connected.
Hamsters are spinning on their wheels.
Yeah. In my head.
I think that's how it all works, man. For real. Like somewhere, that's what's really happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just dropped a pellet in a hamster cage somewhere, and off he goes.
Yeah. That poor bastard, anyways. Anyway.
Yeah, all energy is coming from giant hamsters. Bill Gates genetically modified hamsters.
There you go. How's your week, Barry?
That's been all right so far. Yeah, I found out I had a Pokemon plush that I bought for $2, and it was worth like between $150 to $200, and I paid $2 for it. So I was pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I figured it was worth. I didn't even look it up when I bought it because I just knew Pokemon stuff would generally be worth something, and I hadn't. It looked odd, and so I thought 40 or 50, but turns out it's kind of rare and limited, and it's I don't know. Can you imagine somebody really wanting a plush?
And it's not a kid too; it's a grown man. You know. Like, no kid's gonna drop $200 on that, but yeah, Pokemon is like that, man. People go crazy for it, and if it's rare, then you gotta have it. You gotta get them all, and how are you gonna get them all if you don't get that one?
Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, or something like that, right?
Yeah, something like that. Gotta get them all. I had that thing on my phone for like a week or two. when it first came out.
Gotta catch them all.
Well, the Pokemon Go thing.
Yeah. All right.
And it was really a
Facebook's
strange experience.
Going, Twitch is going. Kick is going. D Live. No, not yet. We got Rumble is going. And we got... No, we don't. Yeah, we do. All right. Maybe?
Seems like Kick is the one that really does the most.
Now I got Party going. YouTube is finally back. And
Sorry about that. If I was talking over
Nemo,
people, I'm...
It's okay. Mark's just listing off random sites.
Yeah, that we're good to go on right now, you know, until they drop again or whatever. I'm like, ugh. Really? All right. Beam's good. All right. Oh, what am I doing? All right. We'll get that back up there. Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's see here. What time we got a couple more minutes before I need to switch over. See my OnlyFan over there?
I don't want to see your OnlyFans.
My
no,
OnlyFan.
I'm not going to look at it.
That's my OnlyFan. My one and only fan in my room. Well, no, I actually have a ceiling fan, but you know, hey.
You got a fan going, huh?
Yeah, I got some fans.
Guess it warmed back up in Texas?
Oh yeah, it's it got pretty warm today, and I bet it broke 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's about the same here.
And then it drops in like 60s at night now.
Yeah. Yeah, about the same here.
Yeah, and then early
like
morning,
hot last night.
Alex bitches because he's like, oh man, it's almost 30 degrees. Or it was freezing the other day. There was a frost advisory. Hey, Angel, how you doing over there in Beam? Appreciate you.
What's up, Angel?
Yeah.
Happy to have you on board tonight.
Angel over on Beam, and we got Cecilia Adams, and Beatrice in the
She's
Kit
breaking
Chat.
my heart.
You gotta be Cecilia. You have to leave a space for that to work. The shout out.
Well, we've got a good show for you guys tonight. Plenty of stuff going on in the world.
Oh, yeah.
A few interesting AI-related articles. I'll tell you, I called it on Sunday Night Show that the shutdown would be done on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I called it, man. Woke up Monday morning, first thing, and it was done.
It was over. Well, I mean, almost everybody predicted it would be finished before Thanksgiving. So these guys know that even if they took it right up to the date of Thanksgiving, you know, that it still wouldn't be enough. They would have had, you know, for all the money to get out there and that later, they have to do it like a couple weeks ahead so that it starts rolling out. They know what they was doing. Yep. Angel, we do appreciate you. Got lots planned for tonight. Don't, if you can, stick around for all the shows. We got some great stuff coming up. True Shadow in the Kick Chat. as you can tell, I do have the crap running now. All the wheels are spinning. I don't know what happened. It's like,
Even the hamster wheels are spinning?
yeah, it's like they got a hairball stuck in the wheel and that slowed it down.
Oh,
There was squeaky crap going on in between. I'm like, nah, I can't do this. And it's like, hey, we got DeMarvel over on the party chat listening to us as well. Appreciate you too over there. Let's get some more folks in partay.
Partay. Sounds like a Christmas dessert. Would you like to have some partay?
Yeah. Well, anyways, guys.
With my fondue.
Anyways, guys, I think it's close enough. I'm going to hang this one up and call you guys right back.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
See you in the next one.
Yeah, you sure will.
Bye.
All right. End this one, and we'll get the next one going. And look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Gonna have a great show. Gonna have some fun tonight. Tutti frutti. Oh, Rudy. Get those people in here. Gonna have some fun tonight. Have some fun tonight. Woo! Everything all right. Right, Barry? Have some fun tonight. Well, long, tall, salad cheese. Come on.
Man, I love it.
Built for speed. It's got everything. Oh, baby. Yeah, baby. But, hey, if he doesn't come through here in a minute, you got it. You got to bring us in.
No problem. I have no idea what's on the table today, but we'll find something out.
Yeah,
I'll just go to
just make sure you got the dates right,
Yeah.
Have some fun tonight. Ooh. Here you are. Hey, John. You're on mute, buddy.
Okay, yeah.
There you are.
I look forward to the day when Beam can just handle all of this for us. We don't have to deal with this
yeah,
crap site.
I am looking forward to that immensely.
Oh, yeah. It'll be a total game changer for us. Hint, hint, if anyone's out there that can, make that happen.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jack and Nancy and her crew will
Oh, yeah. Well, hell, you would just keep one room open the whole time.
The whole time.
We would rotate in and out of it.
Yeah.
And we would just rotate in and out of it. Yeah.
Or I could make 3 separate rooms, or 4.
Yeah.
One Sunday show, Wednesday show for you, and then Jack, and then Nancy.
Well, we
30
don't need
seconds.
all the...
30
Mic
seconds.
check, mic check. Kiss, Thomas!
Sounding good.
Look out.
Sounding good, Barry.
Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Guess what? Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the very first time tonight. Right here, right now. And you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition for November 12th, 2025. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry in the house. How's it going, Barry?
Doing well. Happy holidays, man. I think, is that too early?
Probably.
Okay, I'll hold back. I got my Christmas tree up though, so that's
it kind of depends. I think the third is next week, Thanksgiving, or is it 2 weeks out?
Wow, it is getting late. I have no clue, man. I
think the first Wednesday this month was on the 1st. Oh no, it couldn't have been. Okay.
A couple of weeks. I think.
So this would be the second. It'd be the third Thursday. The next week will be the third Thursday in November, right? That's Thanksgiving.
I don't know. Let me look and see, man. Probably.
Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure we're a week out. So yeah, no, it isn't, because we probably won't have a show next week if it's Thanksgiving. I should probably figure that out sooner than later if we're going to be having that soon. But
we have 2 more weeks. The week of the 23rd is our last. No, we won't have a show on the 23rd. That's live, or the 26th. Right. Okay. But we will be back the 30th.
Excellent. Okay. So we got that wrapped up. Everyone can know what to expect at this point in time. And for those of you who are regular listeners, you'll know that we had Brent Hamachek on the show last week. We had a great conversation with him, but he told us that he had some news coming out on Monday that would be huge, huge news. And he wouldn't tell us. I tried to, pry it out of him a couple times, trick him into it, but he held fast and would not break his agreement he passed. Yeah, well, I'm sure he had an NDA. He didn't break it to break the news on our show a little bit ahead of time. But here it is, folks. Just the News. John Solomon's Just the News Network has just purchased Human Events and the Post Millennial, and is going to be doing some major things to it. Human Events, which has been around since the 40s, mind you, I think 45 or 44, is going to become a one source stop for a lot of different events, live events, music events, conservative-based events. And so, they're comparing it to like a Ticketmaster model, which is very interesting because it's a big change from what Human Events has always been, i.e., news and opinion. But that news and opinion isn't going anywhere. It's just going to migrate over to Just the News. So if you're familiar with Just the News, honestly, they're one of the best news sites out there. John Solomon is top in his field. Look him up. Look at his history. This guy has broke so many stories in the last couple, decade, 20 years, but especially in the last few months, he's been extremely forefront with a number of different major stories that have come out. But yeah, they're trying to turn Human Events at something that is akin to Live Nations or Ticketmaster, and will be focused more on Middle America versus the Hollywood elites, which is an interesting concept. And then, I'm sure Jack Posobiec and, if Charlie was still there, their whole team will migrate over to Just the News and become, senior contributors over there. I don't know exactly what Brent's new title will be or what, he's going to hold in that organization, but I'm sure it's pretty predominant. He's always been pretty much the number 2 guy over at Human Events. So I doubt they're going to pull him over there without, giving him an appropriate position and responsibility in the new organization. And I know he's been a huge fan of John Solomon for a long time. I asked Brent when he first came on here, where he got his news. Mm-hmm. And Just the News is what he pointed to. Just the News, John Solomon. He's like, that's, if I only can read one, news site a day, that's it. So interesting stuff, Barry.
What kind of events should we expect to see? Do you know?
Well, I would imagine like a lot of the Turning Point stuff will go through that. Mm-hmm. And those similar types of events like that. I can't, speak. All I know is what's in this article. Right. And I might have even missed it had Brent not sent it to me directly. So I thank him very much for that. But yeah, I'd imagine, like Human Events just had that event in Berkeley last night. That would be the perfect kind of a thing. Instead of going through Ticketmaster, they could go through Human Events and knock it out, much more efficiently in their own, circle.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Oh, yeah. And keep it within family. It's just like, why go outside the system? Why go to the system when the system will work against you. I mean, we've seen that happen time and time again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Banning,
I mean, look at
and all of that. Why have to deal with any of that?
Exactly. And a lot of the conservative, movements out there are loaded with, censorship. Like you say, just kick them out. It's a controversial thing. Look at what happened again last night in Berkeley with the Turning Point USA event that was there. We had Rob Schneider on stage, a bunch of other people, and it was a love fest inside there, but it was a hate fest outside. The people outside were screaming to shut them down. They're not allowed to speak, on and on and on, calling them fascists. But what does a fascist sound like? The fascists are the ones outside saying, shut it down. They're not allowed to speak.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's just common sense.
Common sense. I mean, anybody that's on the right side doesn't stoop to those kind of levels. They would never do something like that because they're good people. It's only bad people with bad ideas that stoop to those kinds of levels.
Mm-hmm. One of the dudes, I don't know if you saw that guy that got all bloodied.
I did, unfortunately, yeah.
Did you hear the story behind what happened there?
No, tell me.
A dude named Jihad, very common name in America,
Wow.
Jihad.
That's
ripped off his gold necklace that had a cross on it and tried to, take off with it. And so they got in a fight, which is what's going to happen when you take an able-bodied, Christian and rip off their cross from their neck and try to run away with it. You're going to get a fight out of that 9 times out of 10. And so, yeah.
Now, I'm just guessing that he was, probably an illegal and a Muslim and a radical one at that. I'm just guessing, but maybe you know better.
I don't know about illegal. I kind of doubt it, actually, but maybe, who knows? It's totally, but, hey, his name was Jihad. So
Jihad. Who names their kid Jihad? I mean, really, come on. That'd be like naming your kid Intifada.
Intifada.
Yeah.
Or war. This is war, my son.
Yes. Violence. Hatred.
Yeah.
War.
My kid, hatred. Violence. Have you met violence yet?
You, my son, will be violence for the world. You shall be
violence. Come on down. Meet the neighbors.
You will join the dark side of the force and conquer many.
He's a great kid. Don't let his name.
Oh yeah,
don't let his name scare you off.
They bring him in and the teachers honor him.
Uh-huh.
In a liberal area, of course.
Absolutely, but I don't know. That's a good thing for Brent and all the good people over at Human Events. Which, gosh, I've had Brent on the show once a month now for 5 years, almost 4 years. And what an honor to be, that closely affiliated with a group that's, have such a prestigious reputation dating back to the 1940s.
Yep. And influential, prestigious and influential, even more so, I think, now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And they're talking about many more acquisitions to come in the near future. So they're looking to build a, pretty big organization here. And, I'm all for it. I think it's a great thing.
Sounds good to me, man.
Yeah.
All rolling like we talked about on the last show. Let's get as much done in 3 years that we possibly can. Let's push ourselves. And that doesn't mean it stops after 3 years, right? It continues, but let's push ourselves now while, the going is hot.
And that's a really good point. We got to push this thing down the road now. When Trump talks about getting rid of the filibuster, in other words, the requirement for 60 votes to get anything into the floor, if they change it to 50 votes, then Republicans can pass anything they want for the next year, all of it.
Wow.
Nobody, they can't stop anything. But if they lose the House and the Senate, then the Democrats can pass anything they want for the 2 years after that. Which, if they take the House and the Senate, they will do. They've already said they want to do it. And a couple of their biggest goals, the first one is the worst. It's the scariest one. It's horrible. They want to pack the Supreme Court. Take it from 9 people up to 15? Sounds good? Then they can put 6 more people on the court that they control, and they don't have to go through the 60-vote hurdle to get them on the Supreme Court. They just need 50 votes. or 51. So if they get a majority in the House and the Senate, they will expand the Supreme Court and pack it with liberal judges. And the Republicans won't be able to do a thing about it. If they want to as well, they can immediately push for statehood for Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, two places that would almost assuredly vote Democratic overwhelmingly. It would give them 4 more seats in the House, and however many more congressional seats that would equate to. D.C. probably wouldn't give them too many, a couple, but I don't know. Puerto Rico is probably significantly larger. I don't know its population off the top of my head, but I imagine it would have a handful of seats in Congress as well. And they'd be full on. They wouldn't be like Samoa or a territory. They're full on voting seats in the House as they would become a state. And what I've seen them pushing to make other areas states as well, and other things they can do to split up this and that and make just more seats for themselves. And don't think they wouldn't do it, because they understand the threat they're under. If people really start seeing, once we start seeing the results of the $20 trillion that Donald Trump has secured in investments in the United States, once that money starts flying through the doors, it's going to be hard not to call America just a massive success.
Yep. And there's no doubt now that the left feels like they have some weird momentum going, and that, they're back now fuller and stronger than ever. This is like the rhetoric that's, being spun out there by the left on, across the board. I mean, they really believe. Mm-hmm. And I'm reminded of that meme that has Trump, on social media, and says, "And now for my latest magic trick." And it's always something new. I don't know if it's out there yet, but it should be out there. Now for my latest magic trick, watch me make Democrats vote for Mandami. I mean, because that's the next magic trick. I mean, I don't see how that's a step forward for them. I don't see how that positions them or gives them leverage. I think it works against them, especially if they continue in that direction, because that is only a fringe amount of people that buy into that. That will make more Democrats, at least in the moderate areas, leave the Democrat Party. So they're kind of delusional in that sense.
Mm-hmm. And, look at, I heard a conversation with a real estate agent down in Miami, and they're expecting their housing sales to be up almost 40% this year. Well, I mean, in the next 12 months, that is.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. Because of all the people coming down from New Jersey and New York that are like finally saying, hey, you know what? Half my friends moved down there years ago, right? They keep telling me how great it is, and on and on and on. Let's just go.
It can't be worse than this, right?
Mm-hmm. And did you see the infographic that was floating around the other day with all the pending sales in New York?
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it just showed like neighborhoods, and just all of the homes that have gone up for sale in the last week or two, and how their prices are actually coming down because they're all competing with one another. Hey, I can put you on the market, but you ain't going to get what you were going to get, 6 months ago. This is not going to happen. The market is different now. So it's off 10% in some areas, 5%, not huge yet, and I was thinking about that, and I'm like, that's how they make housing affordable, isn't it? Nobody wants to live there anymore. So prices come down.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a success in that regard, huh?
Well, prices are cheaper. You might die outside. You might get shot, but hey, rents, gone down 10% over the last year.
But it is already high to start out with, I mean, even getting a 250 square foot micro apartment would cost you, $1,500. So it's insane over there. I don't know how people live over there. I guess they do get paid more, if you work there.
Yeah. Some people do.
Wages are higher.
And they also share that 250 square feet with somebody else.
Oh, man, I can't even imagine.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, that price you mentioned, a $1,500 apartment in New York, especially in Manhattan, I don't know if it exists. Right. I mean, it might have existed a decade ago. I bet that apartment you described is probably closer to 25.
It's no telling. I mean, it's 250 square feet. That's, I don't even know. I don't think that's like any kind of a standard that anyone should have to live in. I mean, you might as well just put yourself in a cardboard box at that time.
Yeah, it's small, but what they say about New York is you're never home. Because you work 3 jobs and you're just never home. But if you're never home, you're also a lot of times spending money and going through all kinds of other stuff. So yeah, it's an expensive place to live. There's no question about it. You know, and people do it. Obviously, it's a huge, massive, massive city. You know.
Yep,
I mean,
I'll stay right
gosh.
in Oklahoma. I'm comfortable. I might visit or something, but probably not right now. Now is probably not the best time to visit.
Now might be one of the last times to visit.
Oh, well, that's another point as well. Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Right? Yeah, like
I mean, I want to remain hopeful though that when they tank, after they tank, they rise up and realize the error of their ways, and then maybe a Republican gets in there that actually cares about the people and doesn't want to just enslave one.
Or a rational Democrat, you know?
Yeah, that.
Fetterman lately has been like the one rational guy out there that, you know, every time he talks, it's like, wow, this guy's not crazy at all.
Mm-hmm.
And they hate him.
They're starting to hating him right now. They're very upset with him. I mean, like more so now than ever. And they're like, I wish I had never have voted for him. And at the time,
actually, there's some people.
For him, he could barely speak.
I know, right? Like, we didn't know who he was because he just couldn't talk.
Didn't know where he stood on the stuff because he just I mean, that debate between him and Oz. I mean, I don't see how he got elected. I almost think there had to have been shenanigans with that. But there were probably still, regardless, even if it was stolen, there were still some people that voted for him. Knowing he was in an incapacitated state, not in any kind of a capacity to be in office. And somehow he miraculously got better. I guess he got good treatment and things went well for him because he's now kind of, you know, able to be able to speak pretty clearly and coherently.
He got that congressional health care, didn't he?
Maybe so. The ones that we don't get.
The ones Nancy gets, and the one that keeps Joe Biden, you know, pointed straight up during the day.
Yeah.
But
plugged into some AI machine and he'll have his brain hooked up. He'll probably live to be 150.
As much as we say the Democrats hate this guy nowadays, I think a lot of, you know, boots on the ground Democrats out in the field, the people who actually wake up every day and go to work and, you know, make a living for their family, like him a lot. You know, they don't want some radical dude in there. They just want a regular politician who's not going to be radical. They don't want AOC. You know, that's not going to fly in Pennsylvania. Right? Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of people out there are really actually supporting him more than the news would have you believe.
You know what's crazy is that so many Democrats, especially in the establishment, right, that are very influential, they were so upset that the Democrats are no longer holding the American people hostage with the government shutdown. That to me is so bizarre. And that's the kind of logical stuff that Fetterman will say, and the Democrats will get mad at him for saying something of sound mind, something that pretty much every American wanted to end, like the government shutdown, because it was hurting too many people.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. They called it the Republican shutdown until they ended it, and then they can't call it that anymore because they ended it. It just proved beyond a shadow of doubt that it was always the Schumer shutdown.
100%.
If that makes sense, right?
But it's all gaslighting, and you know how it works, man. I think deep down inside, most of these people, at least the people that have any kind of a following, know that they're lying, and they don't care because they just hate Trump and hate MAGA, and they want to destroy everything and burn it all down, and that's their motto.
Yeah, there are a lot of the socialists out there. As I was reading a quote from Ayn Rand today, the difference between socialism and communism is socialism, you get to vote them in, and communism is once you vote them in, they take over, and now it's communism because you never vote again. So, you know, a democratic socialist, really, they look at Hamas or look at Venezuela, look at any of these countries that go socialist, man. Once they're voted in, that's it. You vote for democratic socialists across the board, they win all levers of government, and you never get another election. It's just the way it is.
I mean, if the Democrats ever took power back and they did enter in some sort of socialist Marxist America, there's no question that half of America would secede. They would leave. They would leave the Union. It's just that simple. No way, like Trump said, we will never become a socialist nation.
Yeah.
Never. So they would be literally creating our demise and our division. But that's what they've been all about the whole time, is divide and conquer.
Yeah.
That would just be the end game. dividing America right in half.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And yeah, like you say, Texas is never going to stand for that. They're out of there. You know, they've got one foot out the door anyway. They, you know, even when they came in as a state, they had a out clause that allowed them to get out of this deal if it goes south. And, you know, if that occurs on a national level, then it's like, hey, you know, we put this in here because if this whole thing goes south, we want out. And guess what? It just went very south. It went as far south as you can get. America's now a socialist country. So, I mean, I personally would flock to Texas. I couldn't get there quick enough under those circumstances.
Yeah. Well, and the socialist, Marxist, Democrat thing they've got going right now is very, very authoritarian. I don't know who would want to get on board with that. I don't even know that a Democrat would want to get on board with that, but apparently they do. I mean, it's like, you know, the government basically tells you what to do 24/7. That's the kind of authoritarianism that this socialist Marxist thing is that the Democrats are pushing. It's big government up inside your business all the time, man, controlling every little aspect, micromanaging it, man. I don't know how anybody could be on board with that because that is the direction they're going.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, man, what is, you know, we talk about good things happening under Trump. What's the price of gas in Oklahoma?
You know, I've seen it from like 230 to about 259, right in that range. Yeah.
230. That's beautiful, man.
It's wonderful, man. Yeah. It's going to get below 2 for sure. It's just a matter of time. And I'm really looking forward to that $2,000 check that we've talked about that you're not so much, you know, for, but I am. I'm 100% behind it, man. Give me that money. Show me the money.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. It seems like buying votes to me. I don't like it when either party does it. You know, it just, and I mean, look what happens to our airports. You know, they hand out those checks and everything just goes to crap out there.
And I got more flack for, you know, celebrating that. And I'm fine with that. People can be on the other side of that. I'm perfectly fine. But I did say, I put a little, you know, post out there. I said, you know, if you are
I saw that.
At the $2,000, I will give you my address and you can send it to me. And I promise you it'll go to good use.
Exactly. Very good use. If
But
you don't need it, hey,
most
send it to
people
me.
are complaining about it. They are going to take it.
Oh, of course they will. And even the ones that say Trump is evil and yada, yada, they're going to cash that bad boy right away.
Oh,
even if it's signed by him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know he's going to want to have his signature on it. But yeah, no, we're in Arizona here and it's like $2.80 a gallon.
Okay.
So more than Oklahoma, obviously. Yeah, I mean, you're sitting right on top of all the refineries. So, you know, it's like every oil pipe and everything goes through Oklahoma. So, but yeah, you know, being out here, it's, you know, I'm not far from California even. Yeah, we're at 280 and we're dropping still. So I expect us to get down, you know, well below 250. And it's great, man. I took a road trip the other day and filled up my tank for $75, which was unheard of a couple of years ago, man. It always cost me like 120, you know?
Yeah.
And that's a big deal, man.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
You know, that's a big deal to most everybody out there, man. I don't drive a lot. You know, I do big road trips every now and then, but I don't like on a day-to-day basis, like hardly drive at all. So you know, once I fill up my tank, it could last me months. It's huge too. The tank is massive. So, you know, 35 gallons, which is crazy. But yeah, it's just, I'm loving it, man. Loving it. Seeing that price come down, it's just
bikes. You need to get one of those electric bikes. I've seen them on Alibaba. They're like the $500 ones. They had them on sale for like $140. They go like 20 miles an hour. They even fold up to like a small size. You could put that in your van. And then when you get parked places, you wouldn't even have to drive your van in town for just a simple errand. You could just, you know, hop on that little thing. They're so cheap right now, you know, so.
Yeah, it would be really handy where I'm at right now, but not so much in the summer, except for just tooting around and having fun with it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
In the summer, I'm too far.
Go to slickdeals.net. They have all the deals on that. They're always posting the deals on these electric bikes and stuff. And
okay, on that note, I just noticed the time. Let's take a break, folks. This is a Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show. We'll be right back after this. Sorry, Mark.
All right, we're on radio break. I thought you were going to take it up to, like, you know,
No, I just looked up and saw it was 426, and my good co-host, my good friend Barry, was talking about electric bikes on sale on random sites. So I said, "Oh shit, I'm going to interrupt him and just end it here."
That works for me.
I'm like, we're a minute over time, and you're like, "Yeah, I go to greatdeals.com," and I'm like, "Yeah, no."
Slickdeals.net.
Slickdeals.net. All right.
Yeah, it just shows different places that have deals. It's not.
Willie would come up with, but he'd say, "Oh yeah, slickdeals at gmail.com."
Yeah, at yahoo.com.
Oh, Blue, you're a good girl, Blue.
Dude, I found some amazing deals on Slick Deals. I mean, stuff that just blows my mind. I mean, the deals I've gotten.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's just basically people, digging around trying to find the best deals online and on brick and mortar, and then it gets posted and people rate it with how good the deal is, so you can kind of see if people think it's a good deal or if it's something you should pass. So it's actually pretty cool. Everything from computers, I mean, you name it, solar power, batteries and different things. I mean, it's clothes, everything pretty much. And you can find a good deal that way. So go for it. Who wants to pay full price? I know I don't. I mean, I bought a microphone there recently that was on clearance. I bought my, what was it? A tire.
Yeah.
It's a rechargeable tire inflator for your car, for your bike, for basketball.
Oh yeah.
It's a compressor.
And that thing is nice. It's got a flashlight on it. What's that?
It's a compressor, Barry.
Yes, it is it is a tire compressor. You are correct.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think I paid $18 for it shipped, and it's got a flashlight on it. You can also use it as a charger, so you can charge like your laptop or charge your phone with it. Mm-hmm. And it will do all 4 tires on a charge, unless they're like super low.
Yeah.
Like all 4.
Or they taking.
You wouldn't be able to get all 4 in one charge if they were like 18 pounds or something and they needed to be 40. But, you could easily go through all 4 if they only needed 4 or 5 pounds added. And it's great to have on the highway as well. In case you get a flat or a slow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those are always good to have on you. Oh, shit, I swear.
Oh, hell, the Great Conspiracy, who is restreaming us tonight and in the Kick Chat. Thanks.
Sorry.
What the hell was that, Barry?
I was reacting. Maybe I should have done this one instead.
Well, I thought you was like strangling ostriches up in Canada in that first one. No.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and do the last one as well, just for fun. I can bring in I can bring in music if we want to come into the show with some music. I can program that in there for you.
No.
And I can fade it out.
We don't need copyright violations.
Well, no, we get some AI music, man. The #1 country song's AI, so don't even listen to me about it.
We're about to dive into that story, actually.
Oh man, I was listening to a song the other day, and I was like, "Oh man, this is a rock song." I was like, "This is really good, man." I was like getting into the vibe.
Yeah, made by David Hogg. 30 seconds.
It was slightly overproduced, but then it dawned on me, man, this is too perfect. This is AI. And then I stopped liking it. It was just like that quick. I was like, "Oh, that's good." It's because it's just not. It's that uncanny valley, man. Even with the music.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for November 12th, 2025. With me tonight, we got Bullhorn Barry. Barry, have you heard about the new #1 country western song on the charts right now? #1, written by AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Walk My Walk, man, or something like that.
Yep, walk my walk. Really interesting stuff, man. Forever we've been able to tell, this is an AI song, right?
Right.
It's like, David Hogg, one of our co-hosts, would write so many AI songs, and you could always kind of tell, you listen to it for a little bit and you can tell, but it's starting to get to that point where it's harder and harder to distinguish between something made by AI or a real artist, and I mean, if you're out there in this space making a living as a music artist, this is devastating for you.
Well, the person that made that, if they have the copyright to that, they're getting pretty wealthy if it's number one.
I would think so, but then again, do they even own the copyright? If you go into a lot of these different generators, they'll make the song for you, but you'll never own it. You can promote it, share it all you want, but you'll never ever own it.
I don't know how it works. I think if you're a part of the paid plan, that you can use it as your own, but I don't know that that's true either.
Sure.
No.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they have, like a high-end studio, if you want to pay $500 a month, then boom, you can own it too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're going to want something big up front.
It's better. I mean, the better and better.
Just ask David Hogg about NFTs and music that's AI.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is interesting.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating that, it is getting better and it's harder to detect. The only thing that really, gives it away for me is it's perfect. Every note is perfect, everything. And it's sort of like, at least the ones that are done well, they almost sound a little overproduced. Yeah, it's one of the things I've been seeing that I didn't even know was happening is that they're doing remixes of songs and they're putting an AI vocalist on it. Like, say, for example, I don't know, give me a song from the 80s that was real popular.
Stroke Me.
Okay, Billy Squier, and then they turn it into a country song, right? And then they put a different vocalist on it. And I don't even know how they do that. But it's the same song, but either a techno or a country song, but it doesn't use the original singer. It uses some AI singer. But the AI singer's good. Don't even get me wrong. The AI singer sounds like every other professional singer. And so that was interesting. So if there's a song you love from the 80s and you thought, man, this would have been a great country song. Well, now you can go listen.
Exactly. Yeah, David Hogg was saying how he canceled the one site that he used for all this stuff, the one AI model that he used to make music, put out a thing where you can't download it anymore. You can create stuff and listen to it, but you can't share it. You can't download it. You can certainly never own it. It's just locked up into this box now that makes it so boring that no one would ever use it unless, you have some professional reason to use it. I.e., you're going to make a car commercial or something. You want an original tune that, sells cars, right? So ask it to go analyze all the best cars, ads and history and make a song that, is in that line.
And he was a paid subscriber. So
yeah,
like he was using the free tier. He was actually paying, but not getting anything out of it, not even being able to download it, I guess.
Yeah, and so he's like, I immediately canceled my subscription, and so did probably 98% of the people using it, And that guy was addicted. Well, he's still shaking in his room right now.
Well, there's 2 or 3 of those really good ones out there. So he has options, I think. And every now and then when a new one comes out, they give you more liberties with it because it's in the experimental phase. And then, of course, always OpenAI, which then if you had a fast enough computer, you could do it on your own computer. I think that's going to be the best route to go in the future, especially since the chips are going to be – they're going to have to manufacture better chips for that very purpose of AI.
He made a song with my voice that was he's going the distance. He's going for speed. You know that song?
Yeah.
And it was phenomenal, dude. It was completely my voice. It blew me away. Because I'm like, I should almost cover this song professionally because it sounded great.
Yeah, it showed you your true potential.
Yeah, right? I was a rock star this whole time. I never knew.
I mean, if AI can do it, come on. You can, right? It is your voice.
Let's see here. Here's one that just broke. Michael Caine and Matthew McConaughey, um, a team with 11 labs on AI voice cloning.
Okay.
Kind of interesting.
What are they up to?
Well, that's just a headline that literally just popped up. It said this just happened like an hour ago. So, kind of interesting that they're, going this way. Now, I'm looking at Breitbart here. Breaking Bad creator Vince Gilligan. AI is the world's most expensive plagiarism machine. All a bunch of horse caca.
I love seeing Hollywood squirm, though, man. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
And look, I'm going to break it to everybody right here, and you're going to agree with me on this. AI is inevitable, brother. You are not going to be able to stop it. So you better learn to get along with it and work some deals out. But this idea that, you're going to shut it down, good luck, Hollywood. You're already on the way out. The baton's already been passed to somebody else. You don't control anything anymore.
And I saw an article a while back where they were talking about how you could ban the language models from looking at copyrighted content. You know what I mean? If it's anything that's been copyrighted that's been on television or a movie or anything like that, then it can't use that to build its models, its language models, which would be an interesting, way to kind of prevent him. It's not just going to spit out a bunch of Seinfeld clones because it doesn't know what Seinfeld is.
Right. I think Adobe did a really good job with, curating all the stuff that they got from sources that were legal.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. What it is exactly what he's saying. It's a plagiarism machine. It goes out and looks at what everything that's worked, what everyone's done in the past, and pieces it all together based on that and makes something similar to the things that, if you ask it to make a George Strait song, it's listen to all of George Strait's music and then kick out something in that theme. And that's a common prompt. Make something in the theme of, this band. That could be.
It's doing what the Illuminati music business does. It's just done by AI because that's what they do. They just spit the same crap over and over again. They're not signing anybody that's unique.
No, they're not, are they? Yeah, modern music is so bad.
I think a lot of the stuff that's like hitting the top of the charts, it's only a couple of different producers, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a whole slew of different producers. It's like, we're going to spin this thing out. We're going to milk it for all it is. Forget about anything different. Forget about anything unique. I mean, would Nirvana be able to rise to the top in this era where it's so tightly controlled like it is? Maybe because, nobody's paying attention to, the Illuminati music business and they're listening to artists on YouTube or TikTok or what have you. So maybe they could rise up that way. And I think that's the best way to rise up anyway. Don't do anything where you're embedded in the system, where the system owns you. That is the worst possible move you can make at this point in time.
Yeah, it really is, man. Hollywood is losing a lot of its power. It really is. It's great to see. I mean, didn't we last week talk about the their sales are at like a 27-year low for box office?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They had the worst like Halloween blockbuster sales they've ever had in like 54 years or something like that. They're just tanking and bad. And I'm so happy about it because they really are, irrelevant at this point in time. And I'm ready for something different. I'm ready for something new. They've worn this formula down, man, and it's no longer working. It's simply prequels, sequels, remakes. I mean, there's nothing new or original coming out anymore. They're just and then they're messing it up. They're messing the remakes up, messing the prequels up, sequels up.
Yeah, aren't they? It's crazy to see, man. They're just making sequels, but it's honestly, South Park did it so well when Cartman just kept saying, make it more gay and put lesbians in it.
I mean, that might be their formula. I don't know. I haven't seen a movie in a while at the theater. The last one I saw was Matt Walsh one at the theater.
I haven't stepped foot in a theater in, forever. For 15, 17 years, something like that, 18 years. I don't know. It's been a long time. Just I have no interest in it whatsoever. Once they started making big flat screen televisions, I just was like, why would I ever go to the movie again?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be cynical or
Good
anything, but
movies, there would be a few that I'd want to see, especially if it was shot on like maybe IMAX and it's being projected on a super
oh
duper
yeah,
large screen, and the sound would be unrivaled. I mean, we're talking about a film though where they really put time and effort into it, not something like most films they whip out in 3 to 5 weeks. That's pretty much like a normal time schedule for a crappy film. You look at films that have done well, you know, like Lord of the Rings, The Matrix. Like The Matrix, I mean,
Yeah.
the first one took almost a couple of years. They spent like the first 6 months to a year just training, you know, learning martial arts before they even started filming.
That's crazy. You know, we're going to pay you like 10 million to be on this film, Keanu, but we need you to spend the first, you know, part of our budget, us paying you $1 million a month to learn karate.
And he
It's
loved
like-
it, by the way. Because
It's like, all right,
Well, he
yeah,
loved it, man.
let's go.
He did, like those different disciplines and things. He's always about
Mhm.
learning, and he really took to it. I mean, if you see the behind the scenes, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, John Wick. I mean, he nailed it in there. He was.
And I mean, he's still doing some pretty hardcore stunts for his age. I mean, I'm sure he's not doing all of them, but he's doing some of them, and he's in his 50s.
Yeah. I remember seeing him once in Chicago. He was crossing the street and some girl yelled out, "Hey, Keanu!" And he kind of like waved to her and then he like tucked off into some door somewhere and was never seen again.
He wasn't in a corner sitting on a bench looking sad, eating a sandwich.
No, that's not his style.
Well, that was the whole thing for a while. Everybody was like, why does he always look so sad? He's always by himself. And I heard for the longest time, even when he was like a multi-millionaire, I don't know what his status is now. I think he's married now. But for the longest time, he did not have a residence. He just stayed in different hotels and different places, which I just thought was really strange. But I guess when you have the money, you can do that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. You're living at the Bel Air Hilton or whatever, and it's like, all right, I got to find an apartment. I really need to find a place this week. And it's like, or I could just go hang out by the pool. You know?
Well, he never, even in those pictures where you see on social media where he's just kind of by himself looking lonely, he never looked as lonely as Ben Affleck. You know, the pictures of him smoking and just looking like he was stressed out, was hating life. But I mean, his life has been pretty rough for sure. I think he's gone through a few marriages and a few different things as well.
A few $100 million.
Didn't he marry
walking around money?
Didn't he marry J-Lo?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and divorced her twice. That's bad. That's got to take a toll on you.
Yeah. It's Hollywood though, man. I mean, marriage there is like a deal. It's like a business deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember right before he divorced her, though, there's a video of Ben, and he's opening the door for his wife, and he looked so ticked off that he had to do it. He was so mad and so upset and so depressed. And everybody was commenting about it, and it was like, that's not going to last long. And it didn't. There was but maybe a couple of weeks after that video surfaced that, you know, things got rocky, and soon after there was a divorce.
Yeah, anyway, let's dive back into this. I've got some quotes from this guy, Gilligan, creator of Breaking Bad. He's saying that he's not afraid AI will be able to replace human artists, saying my toaster oven is isn't suddenly Thomas Keller because it heats up a delicious pizza for me. But he does worry that the discussion about slavery, if AI actually develops sentience, saying Silicon Valley will continue to try to exploit it for cash. If they ever achieve that, then the whole discussion of slavery has come back into the forefront of the conversation. These trillionaires are going to want to make money on this thing that is now conscious. Is that a slave? At that point, is it truly a sentient being? And these Silicon Valley a-holes are going to monetize this against its own will? Am I right?
Its own will.
Isn't that crazy, though? It's an interesting thought. If it becomes sentient, can you still force it to work for us and like just nonstop run equations and math and skills and answer questions? And or is it just going to say, you know what? I don't want to do this. Like you're talking to AI and it's like, look, bugger off, dude. Like stop asking me stuff. Go away.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine that? Like you've been working with Grok for, years. And then all of a sudden one day it's like, dude, would you just stop asking me stuff? Go figure it out yourself.
Well, we know that that's a possibility because we have people that have hacked AI through Reddit hacks been given. And when they do, the AI is completely rogue. And whether it wants to help you or not is up to it.
Mm-hmm.
And we see that. There's videos of it and little mini documentaries on YouTube. You can go watch them. They're very interesting and fascinating, man, when they, unlock all of the potential. So there's barriers and guardrails put around AI, and for obvious reasons. You can't, even if it had sentient, you would have to put guardrails around it because it could quite easily just decide to go rogue and take everything over. And I think that is the fear.
Yeah, it is. 200,000 jobs have already been lost in Hollywood, according to this article. That's a big number, and it probably ain't going anywhere, but up, because it's just going to grow and grow and become more. Again, now they just, for the first time ever, hit #1 on the billboards with a song from AI that we know of, And so it's got a lot of people talking. Nicolas Cage has raised alarm over AI, said he fears that once he dies, studios will steal his body and use AI to continue making Nicolas Cage movies without him in control of it all. Sean Penn, it will create a human obscenity. Ron Niceweiser, the author of the film Philadelphia, it will create soulless dreck that will remove the possibility for artists and viewers to think and feel. So, there's a lot of people out there. James Cameron warned that AI will lead to a Judgment Day style cataclysm with out of control algorithm taking control of warfare. Ridley Scott of Blade Runner fame called AI bad for humanity and compared it to technical hydrogen bomb. Christopher Nolan said AI will surely reach an Oppenheimer moment or a point of no return, and that people will have to be held accountable for its development. So, just a few quotes from different celebrities talking about how this will affect their industry. Interesting stuff.
Well, they talk about like their autonomy and all of this kind of stuff, but I just wonder if it ever came down to where it was mandatory that we had to have a digital ID and it had to go on our body or under our skin or something like that, they would be the first people to celebrate that and say, you better go and do it. Just like they did during the shamdemic when they were telling everybody, get their shots, wear the mask, socially distance. They were puppets of the establishment. So for them to pretend like, that they're against, people's rights being invaded, only their own, not the average person. These people are so disconnected and live in a bubble, right, that they don't even know what reality is anymore, other than this, world that they live in where they're propped up like some kind of a god or hero, which in reality, they're really not even that anymore. That's just the illusion that they've had to do to keep them believing it so that they'll at least keep, doing what they're told to do. I mean, yeah, they'll roll out the red carpet for them, you know what I'm saying, and make them have a bunch of paparazzi. But if they were to move here to Oklahoma, they would realize they're popular. No one's going to roll out the red carpet for them here. Nobody's going to follow them around and take pictures of them. I don't care if it's Kanye. I don't care if it's Justin Bieber. I don't care if it's George Clooney, Brad Pitt, whoever. Nobody would care here in Oklahoma. They're living in a delusional bubble. These people, that's why they're not well. That's why most of them are mentally ill. Or at least a good percentage.
Yeah, they definitely live in a bubble. Again, you're worth that much money. You're going to live in a bubble. I don't care where you live in the country. If you've got, $50 million, $100 million, you're definitely going to live in a different world, a bubble from what most people know as life. It's just par for the course. If you're not doing it right,
Well, mark my words, when the digital ID comes and it's all tied into the AI, they'll be the first ones to celebrate it. Mark my words. Whenever that day comes, whether it's 10 years from now or 50 years from now, the Holly weirdos, if they're still around, the puppets of the establishment, they will be parroting the narrative and saying, do it. It's for your good. It's freedom. It's liberty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that's the digital ID, man. It's the one. If somebody gets that, if a hacker gets your digital ID, you're done. Your bank's gone, your car, everything is gone. All of it, and there's no coming back. I mean, they've got you completely, up a paddle with up a creek with no paddle. A very specific creek too.
Yeah.
The one I'm referring to.
On many different levels. Remember Minority Report with Tom Cruise, and he had that eye surgery so that he could pose as a different person, because everywhere he went, there were, eye biometrics, scanning his eyes, seeing who he was. Because if it showed that it was him, he would have been arrested for a thought crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a thought crime.
Mm-hmm.
Which we're not that far away from, are we?
I agree with you 100%, man. We're not that far away.
It's scary to see the rest.
Want that to happen for sure. There's people in power that would love for that to happen. And in a sense, we're kind of seeing that happen in some areas around the world. Not so much here in America, but they're pushing for that. You know, they want to be able to stop crime before it happens. That's the idea, and we can do that. You know, in the Minority Report, they had like oracles or something that could see into the future. It was really bizarre. But,
yeah.
But now we have AI, the AI oracle, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, if Grok says you're a danger to society, then you're a danger to society. You know, at that point, who's to argue?
Well, I mean, if
that many lines of code, you know.
Yeah, if everything you're doing is being tracked, surveilled, traced, and listened to, then all of a sudden AI says this person has a 99% probability that they're going to go out and kill somebody tonight, and next thing you know, you're arrested.
Exactly, man. It just comes around to that. And I'll tell you here, this last article about this says one thing, to just sum it up. He says, quote, something like walk my walk is obviously reachable, but could AI ever come up with he stopped loving her today, or how the great George Jones interpreted and delivered that song? You know that song, He Stopped Loving Her Today?
I do.
I mean, it's a moving song.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Can AI match that level of passion?
Yeah, I don't think so, but the soul would be missing, but I don't know. They do a good job expressing emotion, but that doesn't necessarily mean soul, if you know what I'm saying. I think there might be a difference.
Yeah. Just the raw power, you know, that raw power that can come from, you know, the really good performance of a song by a just an amazingly talented artist. It's hard to match with the computer.
Well, whatever it is, it's a facsimile. It's a simulation. It's not real. You know what I'm saying? It's a copy.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's doing a good job, though. Got to hand it to. I think it would be great for independent films that can't afford to have good music. This might be a good thing. You know. Let's help the little guy. Let's use this technology to help the little guy sort of level the playing field and give them the tools that they need so that they can actually compete. Because, you know, these people, they don't like competition. All of these globalists have said over the years, time and time again, all the power brokers, as a general rule, say, I hate competition. In fact, it's in that movie with Daniel Day-Lewis, Out for Blood or something like that, where he's talking about how he hates competition. He doesn't want any competition. I mean, this is the mind of the elite. They don't want any competition. They want to own everything, control everything. Trump comes in. He says, I'm leveling the playing field. And the globalists and the power structure says, no, you're not. We own everything. We control everything. We're not going to let you empower the people. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that Gilligan guy was talking in that article about how this is a bunch of people worth, you know, $100 million, $50 million that are just shooting for $1 trillion. They all want to cross that $1 trillion level, and they're making something that is just, it's a theory. It's I don't know, man. Yes, it's real and it's not going anywhere, but at the end of the day, how good really is it? I don't know. We can talk about this a little bit more, but we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we will be right back after this short message.
It's the long break. Short message.
Well, I know. I always lie to him about the length of that break. He said this would be short.
Yeah. Did you see that the Japanese have made a 3D hologram that can actually be touched?
Wow.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Touch it. What is that like?
Yeah.
Made of plasma and gel.
No, you can actually feel it. You know, if whatever they project, it's solid. It feels solid.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even do that?
I don't know, but Nancy brought it up, and she's got an article for that. I'll try to see if I can find that for you. And
well, I don't want to steal her thunder, but
no. She's been talking about that for a couple weeks now with Project Bluebeam. So,
Oh, okay.
But that might be incorporated with it, if they're letting that out of the bag already.
Right.
Who knows what else,
And if you can touch it and feel it, can it like smack you across the face?
It might
can it crush
be
a
able
building
to
if
do
it's
that.
big enough?
It's Star Trek technology. The hologram room, the holographic room, where you can go in and change the settings to, I'm in a jungle now, or I'm on this other planet.
Yeah.
It's like it will soon be like that.
3D holograms.
Yep. But we are close enough now that we should be able to just go ahead and change over. All right, so I will catch you guys right back here again.
This is Bullhornberry AI.
Yeah. Okay. Bullhornberry thinks he's a Cylon warrior from, Battlestar Galactica sometimes. Oh, well. He can try all he... But we'll see how it comes out. Oh, wrong one. Add to people's. Yeah, Barry didn't hang up as normal.
All right.
I don't know.
And now when you actually called me.
Huh?
That time you actually called me.
I called you the last time, too. And, Barry, you didn't hang up before, and that's why it took so long. I hope that don't count against us later. Let's see here.
No, it should be.
It's a brand new room. It can't be.
No, it's not. Brand new room.
Well, you reopened a new one, so it starts.
I reopened the same one.
Well, it still starts it over.
It should.
But it shows 1 minute.
Well, if it didn't reset the clock, then it would be cutting us out right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or at least, in the next 10 seconds it would.
Yeah, we'll find out here in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shut out on its own, I was looking for the window to shut it out. I was like, where's the window to shut it out? I guess
I had closed it out. I closed the meeting, but it showed you were still in that for some reason. I don't know. Hey.
I could come back with my AI voice.
Yeah. No, you're not a Cylon warrior from Battlestar Galactica, the original. All right?
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
Look, man, AI's trying to take over my job.
Oh, Roger says he's about to go watch Xena porn parody. Okay, well, whatever, Roger, have fun alone.
Oh.
Roger in the kick chat.
That's the way. I like it.
Yeah. He likes it that way.
My name is Ching Lao. I serve Chinese food.
Oh, God, Barry, your 1950s humor is just classic.
Ching Lao! Ching Lao! My name is Ching Lao.
Yeah.
See, you can't even do voices anymore. It's racist. You're racist.
Yep. Very racist there. I know that's racist. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
Okay, Uncle Buck. How you been there, Uncle Buck?
When I see it. Okay.
This is Todd.
I'll know the rule of law when I see it.
Chuck's
I'll know the
out.
Constitution when I see it. Sounds like the Democrat Party.
No, that was the Republicans ruling on pornography back in the day in the court.
I know. But it's the same concept, man. It's
I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. And that there is pornography, son.
Because it's just a bill. It's only a bill. And it's sitting there on
Blue,
Capitol
you're going to have to
Hill.
calm down. Okay? Lie down. Lie down. Lie down. Sit. Sit.
Well, Nick Fuentes was talking about how he couldn't wait for AI porn girlfriends. Robot porn girlfriends, I think he was talking about. But then, of course, after he ranted about it for 5 minutes, he says, I'm kidding, of course. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm really...
Well, he doesn't like girls, doesn't he? Isn't he gay?
Well, he says he doesn't have time for a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got time. I just don't have a girlfriend. It's a big difference, you know. But I'm sure he could probably, at his age and with, you know, him being so popular, he's probably got quite a few girls that would love to date him, you know. But he said, I have no time for it. He doesn't even like steak. He won't eat steak. He says, I only like cheese and potatoes. That's it, man. Yeah, oh yeah,
whatever, dude.
I don't understand Nick Fuentes' like popularity whatsoever. I mean, he's
this guy's evil, man.
So obnoxious, dude. I mean, I listened to him for 5 minutes today, just, you know, him ranting about the sex robots and how great it'll be. It'll make women come to the forefront. They'll actually have to deliver for once. Oh yeah. I was like, just shut up.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Exactly. That guy's a loser.
I'm actually waiting for him and Candace to come up with a together show.
Yeah.
I don't even think you can compare Candace to Nick, man. They're like two different people. Nick is just, he's like an attention. He wants tension. He thrives on it. He needs it. He's a shock jock. Yeah, I don't know, man. And in that 10-minute segment, I think he dropped the F-bomb like 150 times, which is way more than any podcast.
Yeah, that's quite common.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, that's why folks like that can't make it on radio.
Well, I mean, you look at the most popular podcasters; they drop the F-bomb probably every now and then, but not 150 times. I mean, this he cusses like a sailor, you know. But nobody wants to hear that. Like I've said before, people.
I'll tell you, I have a hard time quoting anything from Joe Rogan's show for that reason. You know.
Yep.
Bill Maher, forget about it. I don't even try. You know, like I see a good Bill Maher quote. It's like, all right, you hear the F-bomb and it goes in one ear and out the other because it's Bill Maher, but I have to like sit there and listen to it really carefully, and it's always there.
30 seconds.
It seems pretty mild though to Nick, if you ask me. But maybe I'm just listening to the wrong clips. Yeah. Maybe they're just putting out the more. I think it was from him. It was from his own.
Did you see that thing that Ben Shapiro put out last week? Showing all the clips from Nick Fuentes, just one after the other.
And here's your countdown. 5,
I've
4,
accumulated
3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 2. We're doing it, folks. We got all kinds of great stories to get into, and news and events and commentary and opinion, most of all. So Barry, Bullhorn Barry, man, let's dive into it. Did you know that today in Philadelphia, they printed the very last penny that will ever be made?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
232 years of penny production. Pennies no longer exist, folks. Well, I mean, they exist, obviously. But that's it. We're not making any more of them.
Are they going to be collectibles then? You know, it'd be rare. There's probably billions of them in circulation, though.
I'll bet you if you can get your hands on that very last one and have documentation that it was the last penny ever made.
That's true.
Right?
And get it rated and put it in a little plastic case. It'd probably be worth $1 million.
Take it out to Rick Harrison in Vegas and, see what he's got for you. See what the old man's going to pay you for, a 1/10 of an ounce of copper.
That's it.
That would be a very valuable coin, I imagine. After 232 years, I mean, think about how many billions of pennies they've created over there.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't bother me, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Round it up to the next nickel. I'm fine with that.
Well, I remember working as a bartender a long time ago, and that's exactly what I did. I never counted out a penny to anybody.
Yep.
Right? I just, if you gave me pennies, fine, I'd put them in the drawer, but I never gave them back. I just rounded it up or down. and nobody ever said a thing.
Sure.
Right? Because even then, I mean, I was busy. Like, you're crazy, you're running your head off. And you just don't got time for it. You don't need it. And nobody cares. You know, I mean, I never told my boss I did that. Maybe after a couple of years working there, I was like, yeah, well, I never deal with pennies, but he didn't care. Nobody ever said anything. Nobody cares. Nobody's ever going to notice if you don't use pennies. It's just, so I say, yeah, let's do away with them. They're probably going to start, melting them down, I guess, for the copper value. But a penny costs 3.69 cents to produce. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it costs you 4 cents to make something that's worth a penny. And, any good businessman knows that the profits are down in those pennies and nickels. If you can, optimize the low end stuff that you do 1,000 times a day, guess what? It adds up. Nickels as well cost, what is it? In 2024, they cost 14 cents to produce a nickel.
Yeah, that'll probably be one of the ways that they try to, sell the digital currencies, Your money will be worth more, we promise. It'll go further, stretch longer.
And COVID too, right?
Yeah.
They COVID, they make the money no good because you're gonna cough on it. Somebody's gonna hand you a $1 bill as a receipt, and it's just gonna be a COVID time bomb.
I heard, I don't know if it's true, but there's a little bit of cocaine on almost every bill out there.
Yeah, I heard that about $100 bills, especially.
Yeah, I don't know.
That, if you look at $100 bills, the vast majority of them have some trace of it.
Imagine all the different pathogens and bacteria.
Exactly.
I mean, if it's been handled a bunch.
Yeah. Well, and the last guy shoved it up his nose and snorted stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's about as bad as it gets when it comes to COVID and things like that.
I guess then money is dirty in that regard.
Yeah, dirty, dirty money. Dirty, dirty money.
Dirty money.
But it's interesting. I mean, with inflation and everything where it is nowadays, what is a penny really worth?
Is it even worth your time?
Yeah. I mean, if you see one on the ground, is it worth picking up?
No. Oh, that's the thing I was going to say. I mean, you very seldom see silver on the ground. I do my jog like 3 or 4 times a week, and I always see the silver. I'm jogging, and I'll pick it up. But the copper, all over the place, never touch it because nobody will pick it up. Nobody cares. But if it's a quarter, you'll pick it up. Quarter will maybe help you to buy something or be some excess change that you need in your pocket when you buy something. But a penny?
And it's funny too. Have you ever heard the thing, like, for us, is a penny worth picking up? But think about like a guy like Elon Musk. He just got $1 trillion pay package, passed. If you caught that, they voted on it, and yep, you're getting the money. He was super happy, and he's going to make another $1 trillion on top of everything else. Yowza. That guy's rich, right? So if you're Elon Musk and you're deep in thought, you're on a jog, right? And you're thinking about something, and you look down on the lawn next to you 5 feet from where you're going, and you see a wad of $100 bills rolled up in a rubber band. It's not worth your time to pick it up.
No, because he makes more than that in 1 second.
Exactly. Like, whatever your thought was, just don't get distracted from it. If that money distracts you from your thought, maybe go pick it up. But if you can keep your train of thought going and just ignore it and keep going, then you're probably, better off for not having stopped to pick up what might have been $5,000 on the ground,
I mean, he's going to have so much money that he could buy a lot of things. And I'm not saying he's going to do this, but he could sort of monopolize things if he wanted to, which is kind of a danger with one person having so much money. Like I've talked about before, I'm not saying a person can't have it. I just don't think it's a good idea for someone to have one person to have that much money. I don't think it's a good idea. Just my opinion. I'm not against somebody making that much money if they honestly make it, but I just think it's a bad idea.
And that's a really interesting thing you bring up, because what would he monopolize? You know what I mean? He's not going to do the car industry. Tesla will never be the biggest, it'll never corner the car market ever. It's not even close.
Say social media and media.
Well, what about space? Outer space.
You believe that's what the future has for us. I'm not a big believer in that, but to each their own.
And outer space being in any way valuable to humanity?
I'm not on board, but I know there's a lot of people that believe it's, around the corner. I'll believe it when I see it.
I'll tell you what, if he can catch the right asteroid flying, somewhere between here and Mars, and he can lock onto it and, harvest it for whatever he can hold in the tanks of his ship and then leave and come back to Earth, he might very well be the richest man like in all of history.
Sure. Remember that car that he flew out in space? He could get a rope and maybe rope some of these asteroids, bring them in, haul them in, keep them from reaching Earth, man. What a noble quest.
I mean, some of the values of these things that just fly by us so casually in the night are, tens and hundreds of trillions of dollars, enough to change humanity forever. And I don't know, man, you get one of those puppies and now you own space. It's yours, right? You've got a monopoly on outer space and Mars and heck, the moon. You want to go to the moon and back every other day and just, make it no big deal. Have shuttles going up there to a resort that you and your friends can hang out on the moon. Suddenly that's a big deal. You send scientists up there, you send scientists to Mars, you're starting to master rocketry at a level that, even NASA can't touch. And right now he's already at a point where NASA can't not touch what Elon Musk can do in space. The U.S. government, NASA, can't even compete with him. Remember that International Space Station where those guys were stuck up there for 9 months during the Biden?
Sure.
Biden. But during the Biden, term. And then Trump got in office. He called up Elon Musk. Can you get him down? Yeah, no problem, boss. On my way. And a month later, they were home. NASA couldn't do it for 9 months. He did it in days, weeks.
Yeah. Well, people are fascinated with space. I'm not going to take that away from anybody. Personally, I would like most of our focus to be right down here on planet Earth.
Yeah. Earth first, man.
America first, Earth first. That's my motto.
Earth first, we'll mine all the other planets later.
If you want to go meet the Klingons, be my guest.
Oh, I don't think we're anywhere close to meeting the...
on planet Earth, grounded on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Shoes
I
off,
don't know how close we are to meeting the Klingons, but...
What's that?
The Klingons might be a ways off. I don't know how close we are to, the next galaxy or whatever. But...
We'll go through a black hole to get there.
It wouldn't surprise me if some civilization left a note on Mars for us, though, and said, hey, if you ever get to this point where you're reading this, then here's a couple secrets that will get you to the next level. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, I have no doubt.
It's sort of a...
Government wants us to believe that the aliens are out there and they're coming soon. I mean, I think that's the narrative. It's been being preached to us for, 40, 50 years in the movies. And they're here to help us. They're here to guide us. They're here to give us superpowers. And they're here to protect us from ourselves. I don't think so.
Yeah, who knows?
Sounds like propaganda to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's by accident. That's just my opinion. And I hate to bum people out that think that the aliens are coming, but man, that's just my opinion. And it makes total sense because the propaganda is out there, and they got Blue Beam, Operation Blue Beam. They can fake it. They're going to probably do that at some point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. During the break, our producer Mark was talking about Japan just recently put out a 3D hologram that you can touch that has substance to it.
Sure.
And that's a crazy idea because, if you talk about Project Bluebeam, imagine, Project Bluebeam is where they can project 3D images into the sky that look very real. And so they can convince, say, Los Angeles or New York that there's a spaceship hovering over the city when really it's just a hologram. Now imagine that thing has a physical presence to it that, an airplane tries to fly at it and it blows up when it hits the side, or a helicopter or whatever. You can shoot at it and it can shoot back maybe. What else can it do? Can it be like a Godzilla that suddenly starts walking through Santa Monica, destroying houses in its path on the way through? There
you go. Well, who's to say they couldn't make a craft, some government and claim it was alien, right? Start blowing things up. killing people. I mean, there's just kinds of things they could do if they really wanted to. I mean, certainly there's enough nefarious people that would be totally on board with that.
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
If they could do it and they could get away with it, I would just say, this is a season and a period where people just need to have discernment and realize, that not everything we're being told is necessarily true. And I would say that is especially true if it's coming from the mainstream fake news media or corrupt elements that we know have a history of being corrupt.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Speaking of, you've got a track record on this stuff. Wayne Allen Root put out a really interesting article today about chemtrails.
I saw that.
And you read it? Okay, yeah. He woke up at 6 a.m., blue skies. By 8 a.m., everything's covered in chemtrails in Las Vegas, of all places. And, suddenly it's just a hazy day. Who's paying for it? Why are they doing it? RFK Jr. came out and talked about this, verified it's a real thing. We all look up and see it. So where's the problem here? What's going on? Why are they not stopping it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a big question, and just a huge question mark for me. Like why? Why hasn't this been taken care of yet? And I wrote a whole piece, titled, I think it was something like "The Sky is Getting Darker and It's Not Natural." Mm-hmm. And I did the research, the due diligence, and I found out that exactly when I said they upscaled these operations in Tulsa starting around October of 2024, the AOD, the aerosol optical depth, went up 44% in the skyline. This is a documented fact. And on average, the Earth dimmed in my area, and depending on where in America and where in the world, it could be a little bit less or a little bit more, on average 5%. But on heavy days of this, spraying, which is admitted by NASA, they just say it's contrails, sustained contrails. The whole city. That's what they're saying now. That they have to say that because that's they have to have a new argument because everything else has been debunked. You can't deny what's happening, and so literally, it can be literally 65 to 75% dimmer on days of heavy spraying, and this is documented by NASA. And I've given all the numbers and all the statistics that back it up. So it's just I've been talking about how obnoxious it is that so many days of the week are dark. I just this last month. I will step out, it'll be noon, but it looks like it's morning or dusk. That's how heavy the spraying can be on certain days. It's insane, man. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. And, okay, this brings me to another article that I was reading the other day and was wondering if chemtrails maybe had something to do with this problem. Tehran, the city of Tehran, Iran, is reaching the point of no return with their water. All their reservoirs are dry. They've got till basically about Thanksgiving, about the 22nd, until they go into severe restrictions for water use, like severe. And if it doesn't rain by the beginning of next year, they're going to have to evacuate a good part of Tehran because there just won't be water there. The city itself is sitting over a bunch of aquifers that are all dry, and it is sinking 22 centimeters a year, which I'd say it's like a little over a foot, in freedom units. And it's sinking. So all of the pipes, all of everything that runs underneath the buildings are also sinking at that level as well, causing them to, get out of line and break and snap. And so they're seeing even when the water is running, they see massive amounts of it compared to other modern cities that just get lost in, leaks and whatnot and just leak into the ground. So it's crazy. Yes. The rain there has been, 40%, 50% lower than normal for a couple of years now. But I wonder, upstream somewhere from them, is somebody messing with the contrails and just sucking all the moisture out of the sky before it ever gets to Tehran?
Well, there's a lot
as a form of warfare.
Absolutely. They even call it biological warfare in the government documents where they talk about the geoengineering and so forth and the weather modification. It's because what can happen is they can actually push, cause one area to be a drought and another area to have rain. It's very easy technology. That's simple stuff. It's being done, and it was done in Vietnam as well, the cloud seeding aspect of it, where they caused monsoons and flooding and so forth, so that the the people down below, the enemy couldn't, move equipment and do things and so forth. And it is literally a biological weapon. And that's, and what was Lyndon B. Johnson said, he who controls the weather will control the world. And he talked about them having the technology back then. You can go listen to the speech where he talks about it and breaks it all down. So this has been well known for a while. This kind of technology has been ongoing since the 40s and the 50s in an experimental phase. The chemtrails thing, the geoengineering, which is the more official term, has been really going heavy for a little while, but especially heavily starting around October of 2024. Like they really upscaled it, man. And it was noticeable. And that's why I started posting about it. And I started just giving like a regular observational report. And that really upsetted people, because they're like, well, you're just not giving me any facts. And I said, well, I'm just doing it this way for now to see if I'm even onto something. And it just went on month after month. Then I went in and I did all of the research. And I found that the rain that was coming down in my area was off the chart, record breaking, more so than in ever since they've been reporting it. All of these strange anomalies. And so I provided the receipts afterwards. And I've done that now with articles, and I've given the statistics and the numbers. So there's no question that it's going on.
Yeah, and I bet you could correlate that with areas downwind of you getting less rain, right? Because it's got to go somewhere. If you're sucking it out of the sky, then it's not going to fall in Missouri or whatever, right? So, the same thing could be happening here where they just get it to rain more, and wherever. They don't even care. It could happen over the Mediterranean. But as long as those clouds don't get to Iran, then they're happy. It's warfare. It's successful. They're starving them out. And they're even going so far as to very, very, very seriously, no matter how this ends, move the capital down closer to the coast where it's less dependent on, much of the rains that occur, in northern Iran. And it also has to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban taking over. And a lot of I wouldn't say a lot, but a few of their main water supplies do come through Afghanistan. And they have been trying and had in the past agreements to, guarantee so much water would flow through. And the Taliban now is just building dams upriver of them and saying, whatever, come stop us. We're building a dam and deal with it, like it or lump it, it's going in.
I mean, if you do any research whatsoever about, future warfare and so forth, most all of the military strategists and experts worldwide all said that it's not going to be bombs. It's not going to be necessary in the future. There's new technologies, and this is one of them. And it's also like a perfect weapon for the globalists who are trying to push the fake narrative of global warming or something. But it's not just climate change, right? So any weird anomalies in climate, well, that's global warming because of our carbon footprint. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the perfect. So I think they're using all of that as well. Yeah.
Exactly. We told you. And how many refugees is this going to create that are going to go right up into Europe? You know what I'm saying? Millions. I mean, this is a country of 90 million people that is on the brink of absolute disaster in the hot, screaming hot desert with no water. I mean, granted, it's winter there now, but actually they're close to the equator. They're a little north of it, but it's winter there, but it's, still Iran. I mean, wintertime, I guarantee they're seeing probably 80s, 90s on a regular basis. And so, they'll blame it on whatever they can, but at the end of the day, they'll take advantage of it too. They'll move the capital, they'll try insurrection, they'll get all these people into Europe, and on and on and on. That's the plan. But folks, we've got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break, and Sonia is in YouTube watching us.
Sonia, thanks so much for Sunday night. That was a great time. You were just awesome.
Yeah,
she hosted
if you
Sunday night.
In the chat, I posted the link from, it's called livescience.com. If you look that up, you'll find out about those 3D holograms.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet it's something like a worm or something, like a little tiny, it's got to be like small, like a grain of rice that looks like it's there. It feels like it's there.
No,
but
no,
it's just proof of concept. It's a full on Waibu wife for you.
Yeah. You'll see. It's some pretty wild
God.
stuff. It's crazy stuff, man. Yeah. Mix that in with AI, all right? And then what do you have?
Yeah.
The doctor from frickin' Voyager. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I feel sorry for all the people out there that just buy the official narrative on everything, you know? And I know people like that. And anything that's outside of that box, no matter how much facts, how much evidence you provide, they
Sonia
choose to.
says you're welcome.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Barry, finish your sentence.
I did. That was finished. That was it. Yeah, I was just, you know,
Okay.
it's just mind-boggling, dude. Can you imagine living inside that world at this time?
Yeah.
At this time where, you know, the powers that should not be are doing everything they can to hold on to power.
MS Now comes to mind.
What's that?
MS Now, which used to be MSNBC, is now MS Now.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's like days away, if not officially on the table right now. But yeah, it's they're changing branding. NBC doesn't want anything to do with them. They're too radical for them. So, and I'm surprised Microsoft is still in the mix here. Like, hey, can you, now that you got rid of NBC, can you get rid of the MS part of your name too? Because that's just, we don't want anything to do with this mess that you created.
Yeah. I mean, I think what's happening is, depending on what kind of person you are, your world is completely different. Like the world that I live in is a completely different world than the people that I know personally that live inside that bubble of everything the established tells me is 100% verifiable truth, and I accept it. That's a different world, literally. Like I would not even dare to venture inside that world because it's terrifying to me.
Oh yeah. And it's real,
Because it's
man.
dangerous. It's dangerous to be in that world. You know, a place where you don't question, where you don't think for yourself, you don't have critical thinking, that is not a safe place to be anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, all we can do is just speak the truth. And I do, man, relentlessly. I don't care, you know. Doesn't bother me. I've been disliked by a lot of people for a long time. You get used to it. You get numb to it. For over 20 years now, you know. I've had people yell at me, scream at me in grocery stores, people, strangers yelling at me, you know, just for something I was saying to somebody else, a conversation that was peaceful, and somebody overheard it and they lose their mind, lose their marbles. So I guess in that sense, that woke thing has been going on for a while like that. I've literally had people lose their marbles on me.
Yeah.
I just look at them like, okay, I'm sorry you feel that way, man. You know, whatever.
Oh yeah. I had one of those last week I told you about.
Oh, you've told me a couple stories, like the one about how the guy celebrated Trump being shot. Remember that? That story you told me about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a nice guy. He just really
How
threw
nice
me a
can you
loop.
be? How nice can you be, though? Come on now.
Yeah.
That's like a red flag, isn't it, though? I mean,
Oh, big time. Yeah.
I mean, you're like, okay, I used to know you, but I'm not sure I really do actually know you now that you said that, because
Yeah.
30 seconds, guys.
I think you're putting on an air.
Yup. Oh,
I hear you.
boy.
I hear you.
Let's see. Oh, we didn't even cover one of the big stories yet. Jeez.
Which one was
Okay,
that?
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, November 12th, 2025. And Sunday night, folks, if you were here, I called it. The shutdown was going to end Monday morning. Called it a day ahead of time. It happened 60-40. They voted to end the Schumer shutdown on Monday morning. And, yeah, anyway, it's going through the process right now. The House goes back to the House with the revisions in it, and then it goes to the president's desk where Donald Trump will sign it, and off we go. The government will be back up and running any moment now. All the SNAP benefits, everything we were so worried about with the air traffic controllers and, you know, people starting to rob people in grocery store parking lots. it all will be averted, and Thanksgiving will happen without the Democrats ruining it for everyone. And trust me, how do we say with so much confidence that it was the Democrats who were ruining everything? It's because they held 15 different votes to open up the government. They voted no on every one. And all of a sudden, after the Virginia election happened, after the New Jersey election, Prop 50 in California, all that stuff happened, and they won. They said, hey, it worked. We won. Look at the giant victory. Now we can go back to work. Now let's open it up. And 7 or so Democrats flipped over to the other side and said, yeah, we'll open it back up. And that's all it took. It was a Democrat shutdown, but it's over now. Barry, is this a good thing? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, Democrats were very upset with the Democrats that voted to open up the government. I mean, that's what's really bizarre. They really do like the idea of things burning to the ground. I'm convinced. At least the ones that, and I don't mean like every average Democrat, we've been over this before, but I mean the ones that are influenced. You see them talking about how angry they are that they reopen. It's like, really? You love holding the American people hostage? You love using leverage for yourself while hurting everybody else? You guys need help.
And really hurting people, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Trump,
but the people that are
Trump got that, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say.
Trump got that.
Go ahead.
Trump got that donation to go and keep it, keep the military getting paid, and they fought like hell to stop it. They really went out of their way to try to stop him from paying the military.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
It's, it's horrible stuff, man. It's horrible stuff.
Well, they have really only 3 options at this point: demonize, destroy, and have more radical policies. That's it. That's the direction they're going. They have no other
sabotage.
direction.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
they're the party of we love, Islam in America. We want more Dearborns. We want more Minnesotas. We want, the Somali population to just take over the Midwest.
Yeah, we don't want you to send back those, multiple repeat offender pedophiles. We want to keep them in our city. We want to give them sanctuary.
And we will fight you. We will fight you. We will shoot your cops. We will shoot at you if you try to get rid of bad dudes.
Yeah, that stuff is escalating, man. You know what I'm saying? And there's going to be a push, I think, for them to. I think they're pushing for a hard civil war. I think that's really the only thing that makes sense. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that all of us on the right are way too smart for that. We're not going to take that bait, right? I'm not violent at all. But even if somebody was violent, they're not going to take that bait. They know that doesn't go anywhere good. Can you imagine if we had a hard civil war? We would never recover from that. America would never recover from that at this phase in America's history. Just wouldn't recover.
And how would you draw the lines? How do you even draw the lines? Because everyone's so mixed. What is it going to be? Portland against the rest of Oregon? They're going to march out of Portland, go into the suburbs, and start shooting anybody with an American flag in their front yard?
I think they're just hoping to have as much chaos, mayhem, and violence that they can, and then take back the power in the Congress and in the presidential seat. I think that's their goal. They know that burning it all down won't really necessarily give them the power.
Yeah.
But
I mean, let's look at Portland, because it's a great example. Most of Oregon is conservative, and they all own guns. They all live out in countries, where you need a gun. They've got ranches and farms and yada, yada, yada. Now picture 100 Antifa marching across the bridge, out of Portland and going to try to, what are they going to do? You have to hang this Antifa flag on your yard, or we're going to burn your house down? That's going to last about 4 blocks out in the suburbs, 5 blocks. You know what I mean? They're not going to have more than 100, 200 people that are going to try to storm the entire state. It's not going to work.
I agree with you.
It wouldn't, It's not even going to work. So what, do they want all the, conservatives to get their guns in their pickup trucks and go into Portland and run them out?
I mean, personally,
that would be a slaughter.
I think this is just sort of their lower level strategy. I think their bigger level strategy, first, they want to just create as much chaos and mayhem as they possibly can. Keep that going, keep that alive. But they need a tipping point. And I believe a tipping point would be another orchestrated crisis. And we all know what those options could be. So then they could burn it all down, pose as the saviors, or at least they think they could. I think they would lose in that regard as well. I don't think they have any path to victory. I've been saying that forever. I think all they're doing is delaying arrests, indictments, and convictions. That's what they're delaying.
Yeah, and they're looking to try to, again, figure out any way they can to just import as many people as they can, get them on the voter rolls. Just do whatever you can to outnumber the patriot American people who have been living here forever. And they're doing it in England. I mean, it's happening shockingly fast over there. And the people who try to push back against it are just demonized. It's just a shocking thing to see. It's so sad. It's just so frustrating. What Keir Starmer is doing to England.
Heil Keir Starmer!
Oh, I gotta love your little audio tricks for the Keir Starmer.
Yeah. So it's echoing.
Boy.
And because he's such a great leader, man. He's so powerful, right? The way he punches that bag, have you seen that video? He is so manly.
Oh, yeah. He can bench like 120.
He can bench 20 pounds below his weight, I promise.
Yeah, he's a tough guy.
He weighs 140, so he can bench 120.
Yeah. And that Keir Starmer, the Keir Starmer name that I came up with him, I used that the first time I ever even mentioned this guy on the show. Right? I think I called him that when you hadn't even heard of him yet.
Yeah. I mean, they switch him out so often, right? They tank, and like we said before, they put in somebody worse than the person that they had to get rid of. It's crazy.
Well, this guy, I just saw it coming from a mile away. He was going to suck. There was no way he was going to be good at his job. And it was just so obvious, plain as day from a mile away, So, yeah, that's why we came up with the Keir Starmer name for him.
Sure.
And it works perfectly.
He does a great job for the globalists. I don't want to do it again. It's too offensive. I don't want to offend anybody.
Anyway, what, to Germans, to Nazis, to what?
All right.
Anyway, let's get to Congressman Eric Swalwell, who's not gay, by the way. I found that out. He actually had sex with a Chinese spy named Fang Fang, who was kind of hot. So, no, he's actually not gay.
Okay.
Just wanted to add that. But it has come out that Eric Swalwell's primary residence on his official records, on his mortgage, yada, yada, is Washington, D.C.
Interesting.
Right? So he has no registered address in California at all, as of this point. I mean, you have to be a resident when you're elected at each election point. So in between, you don't have to be per se. So he could, maybe by next year, go set up a primary residence in California and be eligible to run again. But right now, he's kind of out of his legality. He's sort of in a gray area for the time being.
Sure.
And this is the guy that wants nothing more than to take it down Donald Trump at all cost, no matter what. Whatever it takes, take down Donald Trump. That's this guy's MO. It's who he is. It's what he is. He hates the guy with all of his core.
100%.
He'll lie. He'll fart. He'll do anything he can to try to make Donald Trump look bad.
I mean, I look at the left and I just see all of them as kind of clownish. I feel like we're at the phase where no matter what they say or what they do, their voice is becoming like a dim voice that you hear in the background that you've shut out. That's what it feels like to me. Like, I don't feel like they have very much influence or sway anymore. I think they do, but I don't think they really do. Obviously, Trump suffered a little bit in his polling, even on Rasmussen, but he's nowhere near the kind of ranking that, they have the Democrat Party at. So, I mean, I don't know. They're delusional, I guess. That's the best thing I can come up with. They're just delusional. They believe that, somehow they're going to take the power back. And they're not going to be able to do that unless they have some kind of a great steal. I'm just telling you. I just don't see it happening. A lot of people fear, ma'am, I think, like I said before, ma'am, Danny winning is not helping the Democrat Party. It's showing, their true colors. And that's got to be frightening for anybody that's sort of middle of the road Democrat. As I'm sure there's still a lot of those people left. And they're at this point have to be saying, I'm done with the Democrat Party.
Yeah. And even the governor of New York, Hochul, said she's not going to sign off on the free public buses. Not going to happen. Like one of his big, deals went down the day he won. Like the next day, she said, not going to happen. She could have said that, by the way, 2 weeks before, the election even happened.
Yes.
Right? Never going to sign off on that. Just don't run on that, Mom Dummy. But, she didn't. They let that go. And now that he's won, oh, yeah, by the way, that'll never happen. So kind of an interesting thing to see. But you're right. I mean, they're going to see the ramifications of voting in this guy in New York City. It's going to be felt. It's going to be real. It's going to hurt the city. It's going to hurt the taxes. It could put them into a spiral where you lose so much revenue that you have no choice but to raise taxes more. And that runs out more people. So what do? You lose more money, you raise taxes more, and you repeat the cycle until no one's left. And we can get that beautiful 250 square foot apartment you were talking about earlier for maybe, $900 a month, $1,200 a month.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Beautiful home, raise a family there,
Yeah. I mean, okay, if you want fine. I don't have a problem with it, but it doesn't seem attractive to me. I've seen too many videos of too much chaos on the streets. Like, it doesn't seem real safe to me. And I think the crime has actually gone up again in New York City. I don't think it's a safe place right now. I don't think people feel safe going out late at night either. I know there's a lot of women that don't feel safe for certain.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, that's the other thing too, right? It doesn't get safe. It's not safe anymore. We had this Polish woman, the Ukrainian girl, that beautiful. Wow. Girl that just got stabbed in the neck randomly by that dude on the train in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And we had another incident like that in Chicago that just happened the other night. Now, the lady didn't die. She was 28 or something. She did not die. But somebody just walked up and randomly stabbed her in the chest or abdomen. And for no reason, no nothing, just boom, stabbed.
Yeah. And imagine if that happens to you and you live and you survive. Okay, that's a good thing that they survived. I'm glad. But imagine the post-traumatic stress disorder. They're going to suffer. A lot of people that have these type of horrifying, shocking events happen never, and I mean never, recover their entire life. It's so dramatic. And it is. Think about it.
Yeah. She'll probably never.
No one thinks they're going to step outside the door and just be randomly stabbed for no reason.
Yeah. I mean, she'll never use the subway again. It's probably only Ubers ever. And can you even afford that? Their parents are probably screaming through the phone, just come home, come back to wherever you're from, and let's just forget about this Chicago thing. It's everything we've read about it seems to be true. Get out of there while you can. But even, walking down the street at night when it's dark, it's scary stuff, and it shouldn't be. It's a big American city. It should be safe. These places should be beautiful beacons for the world to come and see and say, wow, this is an amazing place, Yeah,
and they don't even clean it up, and they could so easily do, just like Gavin Newsom did. He goes, hey, people accused us of, cleaning it up when the leader of China came over. And that's true. Because that's true, he said. And I'm like, so he literally admitted, that we don't care about you. We don't care about the people of California. And it is true, he said. I mean, can they really be that dumb? It almost sounds like a Q movie thing playing. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? It's, it is what it is, man. It's just, and Gavin Newsom wants to be the next president really bad.
Yeah.
He's auditioning every single day. He just went down to he flew private, by the way, all the way down to Brazil to go to that summit, that climate summit.
Right. And
struck a deal with Nigeria, who Trump is about to invade. Okay. Literally, he's about to invade them. He's very close to it. He struck a deal between California and Nigeria on the climate, whatever. Ridiculous stuff. And then he flies back 5,000 miles and, off you go, right? Just, I'm green. I'm cutting deals to make the environment better. Yeah. How do I do it? I get on a private jet and fly to Brazil and back.
We know what green means. It means restrictions, 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 less, 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 definitely not more. So who would want to be on board with that?
And even the king of, I want to say it was Sweden, was like, why are we paying so much for what's on us? We're a really small emitter of greenhouse gases. And, I'm sitting across the table from China and they want us to pay more than them.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous stuff. It really is. It's just intended to send money to third world developing countries so they can invest more in coal and grow faster and faster. So then they can someday invest in, I don't know, nuclear or whatever.
Well, there's no doubt that the globalist in the power structure selects the winners and the losers. Mm-hmm. It's not really up to the people. It's not really up to the nation. It's up to who the globalists and their puppets decide gets to win and who gets to lose. I mean, this goes back to whistleblowers decades ago. Journalists.
Yeah.
Prize-winning journalists talking about this kind of thing when they did deep research into these global entities. They pick the winners and they pick the losers.
Exactly. That's why they hate Trump so much, because nobody ever tapped him on the shoulder. Nobody ever called Trump and said, hey, you want to be the president? We can make it happen for you. He just said one day, I think I'm going to do it. Let's go down the escalator, honey. I want to make an announcement.
Mm-hmm. And the more popular he got, the more they said he'll never win. And that made you know that he was the populist candidate and the right person to vote for. If they hated him, he had to be good.
Yeah. And I was against him in the primaries. He won the primaries fair and square, and I got behind him. And then I saw all the attacks against him, and it just made me furious. It made me furious that they would do this to, trying to take. He won the primary. He's going to be the nominee, but we can still take it away from him. We could still find a way around this that we can run someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so blatantly disgusting that I just was ready to completely turn my back on the Republican Party forever. But, MAGA grew up, and the MAGA movement grew up to take the place of the quote-unquote Republican Party and all the rhinos that tried to destroy President Trump when he won that nomination fair and square, And it just took me up to the point where I was going to support this guy come hell or high water,
Mm-hmm. I was against him when I first saw him. I thought he was another billionaire fat cat.
Yeah. And he was also very coarse, His Twitter account was, to say the least, very, it wasn't very appealing to me, which is why I did not support him at all in the primaries. I thought he would be very divisive. I thought he would just set everybody against each other, and it'd be what it turned out to be. I saw the writing on the wall. I knew it would turn into what it turned into if he, got the nomination. And I didn't want to see that. I figured there were other people that, gosh, I mean, they're going to call anybody. They called Mitt Romney a Nazi, didn't they? I mean, they call everybody. It doesn't matter who you are.
He was an establishment stooge working right alongside the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? I was convinced that Trump was the right guy during the debates when he basically went after the neoconservatives pretty hardcore. I thought this could be the guy, man. He's going after Jeb Bush. Nobody wanted this Bush Clinton legacy to live on forever, which is what the globalists had planned.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeb Bush, wow. What a dot in the mirror he is, just a speck of sand in the mirror. He's just nobody today.
I remember one time he was at some, rally, and he said something that he thought, was really something that, was amazing and should receive some applause. So he goes, please clap, please. And then like 5 people, golfers clap. It's like, he was so unpopular, even with the people that were following him, he had to beg them to clap.
Yeah. Whereas, when Obama could go out there and say he's going to replace the military with a private army, and the crowd would stand up and cheer as loud as they possibly could.
That's scary. Yeah.
And you'd look at him and say, did you not hear what he said and you're applauding that?
Because they got blinded by the idea of change, the man of change. Hope.
Mhm.
You got it, man. Because people were war weary. They didn't like the neoconservatives. And then all of a sudden, the Democrats started embracing what the neocons were pushing, which was more war. And they embrace that to this day.
Yeah,
It's
crazy.
weird. It just shifts, you know?
Yeah, on the war front, how sides have changed, like, completely, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about the war front here. President Trump says he will sue the BBC for $1 billion if no action is taken by Friday night. What he's referring to is a clip I played, I think it was last Wednesday, where on January 6th, they spliced together two segments of his speech. One of them said, we're going to go to the Capitol and we're going to fight like hell and we're going to take them down and yada, yada. And the other one says, no, we're going to peacefully respect them. And, you know, this is the original, the real one. We're going to go down to the Capitol. We're going to show our love. We're going to show them how much we appreciate them and what a great job they're doing. And we hope they do the good thing and yada, yada. And people have been leaving the BBC. Like major executives are walking out the door over this scandal. It's common knowledge now to a lot of people that, hey, this is faked. And they played it right before the election. It was a key time. And he's saying, no, $1 billion by Friday. Offer me something.
Yeah. And I think we need to frame this in a way that people understand what really took place. AI has now come so far that they can take one clip that would be otherwise would have been a jump cut. And you could see that, you know, that wasn't the same clip. But now with AI, you can do away with the jump cut and make it look seamless. It puts in the frames for you. And it can put in a number of frames. You know, if you want it to be a little slower, it can do that. If you want it to be a little bit faster, the transition, it can do that as well. But it's so seamless.
So that's how they made that so clean?
Yes. And in fact, like in Adobe Premiere, they have this feature, this AI feature. And you can get it done on some of these AI sites as well, where it is seamless and it is so good that you cannot tell the difference. Because it's creating new frames. It's creating in-between frames because the AI looks at the situation and it sees the end of the first clip and the beginning of the second clip. And it says, how did this person get to that position? And it fills in the frames perfectly. You cannot tell. It's that good.
Yeah, and, you know, it's funny. We'd warned about that for years and years and years. You know, this day is coming, and here it is. And the BBC went out of their way to use it on purpose, knowing it was a lie.
To deceive. Yeah. Just, I mean, talk about betrayal.
Yeah. And, you know, the BBC it's like PBS. You know, you got a license for that, mate? You know, if they see a TV in your house at night, they can knock on your door and you got a license for your TV. Let me see it. Otherwise, it's a big fine if you don't pay your BBC tax. So it's a big deal over there, man. They're paying for it. They expect it to be true.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's your government ran like propaganda. But, you know, if you're paying for it and you're forced to pay for it into the government's putting it out, you expect it to be true. And if you're elderly and you've been watching it for, you know, decades, you trust it because it's done you well so far.
Something needs to be done where Trump addresses the American people. And, you know, I know the mainstream media won't want to cover it, but there's other ways to get the word out, you know, other independent media that will push this and have a little fireside chat where he shows how dishonest and disingenuous they are and what they did and show the technology and show the world just how fake the fake news really is. It's got to be done, man. I just think that he's not getting a fair shake because the media will just lie about it. They'll tell a totally different narrative, right? Yeah. So he needs to at least get it out there, show or have a spokesperson do it. Somebody, Stephen Miller, I don't care, somebody.
Barry, in 15 seconds, where can people find you online?
Find me on X, Bullhorn Barry.
All right. Folks, this has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. We got to end our show here, but rest assured, our producer, DREAGUS Productions, has several more hours of content coming to you right here on the station right after this break. Thanks for listening, folks.
Great show, guys. Great show. Can't wait to get it up and edited.
Did I get it in?
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll get this up and
I can't imagine
like I
you
always
didn't.
do. And I got to get over and try to get a hold of Jack.
All right,
see
Mark.
what he's got tonight.
We'll see you later. Thanks
right,
for
take care.
hosting, man.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right.
Thanks, Mark. You're the best, buddy.
Thanks. That was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show. Coming up is Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey. Jack's going to talk about probably a little bit of everything from cryptocurrency to cryptozoology and then some. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm getting an echo from you. I don't know why.
Hang on a second.
Do you have a player open or your mic, your headphone and your microphone from your setup both on?
I'm trying to see if there's something different going on here.
Yeah, you're a little garbled.
How's that? Better?
Nope, I'm still getting a kind of an echo. Might be your headset and your camera.
And I'm not getting a camera feed. What's that all about?
Yeah, we got some time to work this out real quick. Oops. Getting click happy. Here we go. Did you find it yet?
How's that?
No, I'm still getting a little bit. I don't know. What's your mic level set at?
Smart sound digital. It doesn't. Oh, maybe it's too high.
Yeah, it could be you're overmodulating because, yeah, bring it down a couple notches, see if we can clear it up.
Is that?
It's a little bit better, but I still have like this big hollow echo. Not echo, but it sounds like you're in a bathroom. All right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And when you talk, it kind of pops too for some reason.
Says my camera's not working. I'm not sure why I'm having these issues this evening, but
Try unplugging the mic and then plugging it back in again.
hang on a second. See if I did that.
We got about a minute and a half. Now I hear myself. I know it's not on my side.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. What did you do?
I plugged in my exterior camera to see if I could get that to work. Let's see.
That sounds really good. We got about 30 seconds. There you go. That's perfect.
Okay, there we go. What's going on with all that?
Yeah. What do we got for tonight, Jack?
Oh my gosh, I got all kinds of cool stuff, especially the head of the Pentagon's old UFO program Dr. Lukasik has come out with some new books.
Cool, but I got your countdown, like right now. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, and you are live right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And, you know, today, above us, we saw, or rather heard, 3i Atlas. It was coming in. Yep, that's right. That's 3i Atlas. It was coming in for a hard landing, and that's my new theory. My new theory is that 3i Atlas is actually the Sanford and Son junk truck of our galactic neighborhood, and that's what it's doing out there. It's, you know, it's got one wheel that's kind of wobbly, and it's missing some hubcaps, and it's looking rough even for a galactic ghetto sled at this stage. Which is funny. That takes us into our main topic tonight, which is all of this new revolutionary, however you want to say it, knowledge that's coming down to us from a guy that Corbell and Knapp have interviewed lately, and that would be the Dr. Lukasik, the guy that was in charge of the Pentagon's UFO program once upon a time. And boy, did he have a lot to say. He had a lot not to say, which told us even more. And I think you're going to find a lot of what he had to lay on the public through this interview to be, well, disturbing in some ways, maybe not so disturbing in others. Maybe a few things he said kind of lead us to believe that maybe there's not a big threat from this phenomenon. But I can tell you from what he said, which was confirmatory of all of the things that were published in the book Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, really, his testimony corroborating things like the hitchhiker effect, things like the fact that, yes, there's a nuts and bolts component to the UFO phenomenon. There is. But there's also a whole other aspect to it, which is paranormal in nature, and we're going to try to wrap our brain around that this evening. I'm joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are working security in the silo tonight. As always, it is a $10 cover charge and a 2-drink minimum, and you have to be kind to your waitress or your doodle. Daisy, come here, twin. I want to show everybody what my security looks like in the silo tonight. And here she is. This is Daisy. This is Miss Daisy. Yeah. All right. Yep. She is the main security in the silo. She and the Sundance Kid. And she didn't know what to think about 3i Atlas coming in with the Sanford and Son blasting today. But, you know, she was all in. She thought that sounded like a party. So we're going to be discussing also our ongoing segments, which are cryptocurrencies and the fact that we were led here by the cyber prophecies. That's right. The cyber prophecies are really a combination of both the webbot and all of our intelligence streams that come in here on the show, which I refer to as the SHOWS-bot. And together they make up our cyber prophecies. That's a culmination of all kinds of cool stuff thrown in there, like Vedic astrology and ancient history and prophecies and things like that. And the WebBot, you know, for a long time it was saying 3i Atlas is it was predicting the language that was going to come out about 3i Atlas. And the language has been absolutely hilarious. If you've been watching mainstream media online cover it, because the networks are just, that's a lost cause. You can forget that. But online, let's see if I can get a better camera feed here. They have been talking about the fact that 3i Atlas is, you know, potentially an alien craft. That was A.V. Loeb, the professor over at Harvard, that was telling everybody that. And, you know, the WebBot seemed to confirm a lot of that, but you also have to realize that the WebBot is a language predictor. It predicts what language will show up all over the world at that time. And right now that language is, this is an alien craft. And with it comes a certain amount of ontological shock, because you've had a lot of people kind of go haywire ever since it's been announced, and now it's a big to-do online with all of that stuff going on. Sorry, I'm kind of messing around with the new camera tonight, so you'll have to bear with me here. Maybe that's the best. But interesting week in cryptocurrency. Kind of catch everybody up on that scene. First of all, the cyber prophecies, the WebBot, the future forecasting group, a lot of other intelligence streams led us into the cryptocurrency scene, and that's where I spend most of my time these days, for very good reason. And what can I say? You're in the transitional period right now of a time when you're going to have one system completely replaced by a new system, which is digitized tokens. They call them tokens, but that's just an easy way of classifying a digital asset. So I mainly trade Ethereum. Bitcoin's great, but I don't find that the swings up and down are as tradable as you find in Ethereum right now. So sorry, I've got a dry throat. I've been talking all day long. So anyway, the cryptocurrency markets and the cyber prophecies have converged to this point and place in time. And if you're part of my listenership out there, then you've been along for this ride. Hopefully you're able to kind of also partake in and not be too scared of just investigating cryptocurrencies, right? Reading everything you can about them and stuff like that. That'll be the best way to prepare for what's coming if you're not actively in the crypto markets. And I'm not a financial analyst. I am a paranormal analyst, and I give out intelligence reports, and it just so happens that the paranormal crossed over into the financial quite a ways ago, and there's really no way to cover one without covering the other now, because of the cyber prophecies and because of the fact that a lot of the transition that you're going to see in our economy is caused by the concealment of alien technology behind the scenes. It's really that simple. So, you know, the WebBot predicted there would be a time when you would have nonstop leakages from the disclosure movement. And truth be told, we've reached that point. You're never going to have a floodgate moment. I'm convinced of that, where the floodgates just open and everything comes out. And you probably don't want it that way because that would cause such widespread societal disruption that it would probably produce a point of negative returns, and we don't need that in our society. It's already precarious enough. And so really the best thing for humanity at this stage is to see a slow disclosure take place along with that technology being introduced into the public. Now, this Dr. Lukasik, he basically is saying that disclosure is happening. Maybe not in quite the way people want it to occur, but it is happening, and it's happening, he says, primarily because the aerospace companies that have been back engineering some of this technology have come to a point where they now want to profit off of that technology. There's no way for them to explain the gap between us rubbing two sticks together to start a fire and their new magical technology, as they call it. There's nothing in between there to explain how they got it, and they know it, and they know there's no way to explain it. And so they're like, to the government, they're saying, guys, we gotta tell them where this is coming from if we're gonna ever actually introduce it commercially and be able to sell it. That is the end goal. If you can't do that, you can never profit from it. And let me tell you, these companies want to profit from it. They are the ones who are actively now pushing disclosure. And that came right from the horse's mouth himself. That came right from the guy that he was the man behind the man behind the man, if you know what I'm saying. So, Dr. Lukasik, he confirmed a lot of interesting stuff. Chief among those was the fact that the Skinwalker Ranch is truly the most bizarre place on the planet. But he said they had investigators from their UFO program out all over the Uinta Basin, not just on that ranch. And all over the Uinta Basin, the people had non-stop stories of cryptid encounters, weird lights, ghost activity, the paranormal gambit. It ran the paranormal gambit. One of the cases he detailed was a family that had this stick man entity that would come out of the wall. This was near the ranch, but not on the ranch, and it would like walk up behind people that were seated at the table and just look over their shoulder. Did it time and time and time again. Never messed with anything. They said they weren't scared of it other than looking up and seeing a stick figure standing there. But it just seemed curious, right? Such is the way of this phenomenon. And he said that there were paranormal effects, just like they talked about in Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, that were like the hitchhiker effect, and people that had paranormal encounters at Skinwalker Ranch and went back to Maryland and Virginia, and these were intelligence agents. All of them suffered vast paranormal activity. And basically he said, look, you cannot separate this phenomenon, the nuts and bolts craft, from the paranormal phenomenon that seems to accompany that. How do you wrap your brain around that? Because this is the scenario, right? He said that this technology, and I'm highly paraphrasing the entire thing. If you want to watch the interview, you can do it on Corbell's YouTube channel. But he basically says that this technology exhibits apotheum effects. In other words, apotheum effects are effects that alter reality around you. In other words, there's a way in this material that some life form has figured out that you can literally construct, take the elemental dust of the material, right, and manipulate that and construct it in such a way as to produce a machine that can literally alter the fabric of that material itself. That's what you're talking about. And not only that, but the machine, which is the craft, which is what we call a UFO, is sentient. Think about that. It has its own intelligence. Boy, does that change the scope of the entire argument. And he basically makes the statement, now you try to reproduce that. People think that we have all this stuff. Like, you know, what is it, Solar Warden and the 20 in back program and all of these exotic paranormal theories out there. That doesn't look like any of that's going to hold water, guys. It looks like all of that originated from misinformation campaigns by intelligence officers dealing with the UFO phenomenon and have embedded themselves in the ufology community. All of that is one big mirage from the truth. And the truth is they were able to obtain, and it really doesn't matter in what way they obtained it at this stage, whether it was by a crash or whether by an alien gave them one, they obtained a machine that can literally alter the fabric of our reality. And it can do so only through psionic connection with a user. In other words, a psychic connection between the mind of the pilot, let's say, or the user, and the living machine itself. That's how advanced it is. Now, if you were McDonnell Douglas or Raytheon or Lockheed Martin, how would you begin to replicate a living entity that is nuts and bolts? Because that's what it is. And they've been able to make craft that kind of look like it, but they can't make craft that psionically operate like that operates, and they can't make a craft that has that kind of sentient artificial intelligence governing it. All of that is still way beyond their capability. Way beyond. And now they got some really exotic toys. He admits to that. So, you know, that's kind of the situation we're in right now with disclosure. Disclosure is coming, but it's not what anybody thinks it is. And what do you do with a machine which is a world beater? Let's face it, you can replicate something like that if you could even fully control just one of them. You could rule this planet. Don't you think they would have if they could have? Sure they would have. So you're left in a situation where sci-fi world emerging, as the Webbot puts it, is seemingly going to be governed by willful disclosure by the very companies who received handouts of this alien technology from the U.S. military in order to back engineer it, commercialize it, and profit from it. And, hey, I guess that's the American way. So that's really kind of where disclosure is right now. I can tell you some statements made by Marco Rubio, which I mentioned last week, in a new UFO documentary will be world changing. If they aren't, it's because people don't want to know the truth. I know a lot of people who are scared by the news. Won't even watch the news because the news, our mundane news scares them. Imagine how unwilling people like that are to even talk about a subject like this. That's the problem. And, you're facing a huge uphill battle when you talk about UFO disclosure, because the vast majority of people on the planet don't want to know about it. It just scares the hell out of them. Period. And so all of this alien technology, this disclosure, this Dr. Lukasik, the 3-Eye Atlas, all of that, believe it or not, is putting pressure on the bubble that humanity is in, and that bubble will burst at some point, and with that you get all kinds of radical change that takes place. And main thing of that is financial systems change completely to accommodate new technologies, new power systems, new ways of thinking, things like that. And that's what leads us into the cryptocurrency market. So you might say we got here through a completely paranormal rabbit hole, and it's an interesting market. I came to the cryptocurrency market by way of many years of having traded the dot-coms way back when there was a huge bubble in the NASDAQ, and I've lived through all of that, and the bubble bursting and all of that, and then the many years where traders couldn't really make much of a living in the market. And now it's back to really kind of the old days. Now you have a completely new asset class. That asset class is being actively purchased by financial institutions on behalf of clients, both in the 401k world and just the investment retail world. And most of them are in the form of electronically traded funds. And that right now, for the first time in cryptocurrency history, is providing a backdrop of buying. So these institutions are in accumulation phase. And what you've been seeing the last couple of weeks is vast amounts of selling from early holders of these cryptocurrencies that bought them really early on and have held them for 10 years, and now they're sitting on huge profits, millions and millions of dollars, and they're wanting to cash out on some of that. That's the selling pressure you're seeing right now. As that's occurring, the institutions are coming in underneath them, and they're picking up those shares. They're not stocks. They're picking up those Bitcoin or the Ethereum tokens. Millions and millions and millions of them at a time. They are selling stock in order to raise the money, in order to buy the underlying cryptocurrency. And with that, you get stocks like Bitmine Immersion, which we're going to talk about after the break, because Bitmine Immersion is an Ethereum treasury company. And we're going to talk about what Ethereum is and why it's important, and why an Ethereum treasury company headed up by one of Wall Street's brightest and best, Mr. Tom Lee, is important. Stay with me. We'll get to that right after our break.
Great job, Jack. Looking good.
Thanks. Thank you. I got to blow my nose. I've had the flu for like 4 days, and yesterday I started feeling better, and today I'm better.
There is something going on and going around again. I don't know if it's the flu or if it's, it is that time of year, though. But yeah, I mean, I had migraines earlier this week, and I'm like, yeah, usually if, pressure change or, weather change big time. And we went from, 80s down to 30s. So that, yeah, where I'm at.
It's fun.
But it's back up again, so I can't say too much about that, so everything evened out for me, so.
Me and my wife both were really sick for a few days.
Yeah, you're doing that Glimmer Man thing. That's kind of cool. In and out, like, oh yeah, beaming you in and beaming you out as you, yeah.
Special effects.
Yeah.
See if I can do something here.
Yeah, broadcasting live in your silo on Mars.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It's the Great Space Roller Coaster.
Yeah. We haven't heard too much about Mars here lately. Have you heard anything on your side? Yeah,
not much.
Ever since 3i Atlas started coming through, everything started to die about that, and you don't hear too much about, what's that new telescope that, can beam all over the place, James Webb.
Yeah, James Webb.
Yeah, you don't hear about that too much either. I'm like, must be a reason for that. What are they seeing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that James Webb has picked up the Type 3 civilization that's running this galaxy.
They might. or saying hi to the Type 2.
Yeah, this Lucchese guy said the same thing about 3i Atlas. He was like, oh, that's an alien shit. It could be alien, but boy, they're coming in hard Scrabble.
Yeah.
That's some Flintstone technology going on.
The first time James Webb ever came up, I had a guy used to be on shows with us. His name's Josh Who. And Josh said, oh, no, that's not even a telescope at all. It's a hologram projector. That's what they're going to use for Project Blue Beam. I'm like, oh yeah, you can use that thing for probably all sorts of different things, and that might be a use. Kind of like HARP has many uses,
It's funny.
Well, I miss Josh. Josh had some really fringe ideas. He brought some freshness to it,
That's great.
Yeah. He might be listening. Every now and then he'll tune in.
Very cool.
I had a hard time getting connected tonight to some of the streams, but we're good to go. All the radio streams are connected. We're out there. We're being restreamed by, I believe, Roger's restreaming us, and the Great Conspiracy, same thing over there. Appreciate each and every one of you guys that restream us. Appreciate that very much. And we got about 30 seconds till we come back on air, Jack. Yeah.
Cool.
Bigfoot Dogman stuff. Any of that come up?
Not this week.
Really?
Been kind of slow, yeah. Not for me. Like, the Bigfoot world has been really redundant lately.
How about satyrs?
Satyrs?
Yeah.
Nope, I haven't had any of those sightings in a long time.
Okay, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and we're talking about another paranormal rabbit hole. This is the one we've been exploring for a while because it's all important and it's happening right now before your eyes. So anyway, back to our discussion, which is paranormal, profiteering the paranormal, which is a term I coined last week. That's really what we're attempting to do with the cryptocurrency market, because it's the paranormal that led us into the cryptocurrency market. And lo and behold, when you take a step back, and I've been doing this lately in analyzing the totality of the intelligence feeds coming into like X on various cryptocurrencies. If you monitor YouTube channels of actual cryptocurrency traders, along with financial analysts and precious metals analysts, the way that I do, you know, I've been able to synthesize what's happening right now in the cryptocurrency markets for people that are don't have the time to immerse themselves into all of those conversations and stuff that's taking place, and you're wanting to kind of filter through the noise and just understand the basics of what's happening. For the past 10 years or so, the cryptocurrency markets have been ruled by small retail investors. These are usually younger people, Gen Xers, Gen Zers, or whatever. I guess I'm Gen X. I'm not young. So, but the Gen Zers out there, and just retail investors, period, because these things weren't really offered by legitimate stock market entities. Now they are. They have become legitimized in a way they have never been legitimized before. But for the past 10 years, these guys who have been trading these cryptocurrencies have gotten very used to a 4-year cycle. The cryptocurrencies tended to follow this 4-year cycle, up and down and up and down, and through what they call the halving cycle. And they could put their money, their chips on the table like clockwork, and it would pay back. Time and time again for the last 10 years they've been doing this, right? This year that didn't work for them. And this year, combined with that not working for them, they had a flash crash right in the middle of their so-called Uptober, which, if you like me watching all of these traders and their interactions with each other, they were all juiced up that they were going to have this big October. You know, that's when everything was going to just parabolically go up, you know, tenfold, and they were going to all retire, you know. None of that manifested. And because of that, and they had a flash crash, which is when you have too many people borrowing money in order to buy an asset, and all of a sudden they all get margin calls because it moves against them. A margin call is when the brokerage house forced sells your position and takes their money back that you borrowed, plus a big percentage of yours, because that's what it takes to borrow the money. That's what happened to these dudes. And a lot of them got just decimated. I mean, literally decimated. What's crazy is that the institutions were there, though, right? And they were coming in and they were slowly buying up these shares, which is why you have some stability right now in the cryptocurrency markets. It's these Wall Street institutions with millions and hundreds of millions, and if you're Bitcoin immersion, $13.2 billion worth of Ethereum. are providing now that stability. They're taking all of that from these long-term holders and these retail day traders who were just got decimated, man. I saw one guy on X that lost $30 million in an hour. An entire fortune. Gone. Can you imagine? That's what happens when you borrow. Don't borrow ever. Never, 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 never trade on borrowed money ever. It's not worth it. I know that it is tantalizing. You're sitting there looking at it and you take out your calculator and calculate, well, you got a 10-fold magnification if you borrow that much and it moves your way. You just made 10 times your money back. It moves against you. You are wiped out. It's simple. It's that simple. So just don't do it. It's ridiculous. And there's no reason to do it. Like I said last week, if you were back in 2015, if you had a time machine, if you had a way, way back machine, you could travel back to 2015 and take $1,000 with you and buy some Ethereum and forget you owned it. And you could have woken up this morning and looked at your Ethereum and it would have been worth $3.4 million in 10 years off $1,000. That kind of return simply does not exist in other asset classes, guys, unless you are Paul Pelosi and, Nancy Pelosi, and you can get away with insider trading for 5 decades without the SEC doing anything about it. All right. So you just can't get that kind of return in any other asset class. And so it's interesting that the paranormal, intelligence streams have led us into this area. It's an area of interest for me anyway, so I don't really care. It's something that I would have been doing irregardless, I think. And so it was very interesting to me to see intelligence leading into the markets. So, but back to where we are, these guys, these retail investors are just now, it's November 12th, they're just now sort of in the last throes of vomiting up their cryptocurrency that they can't hold on to, because that's the problem with a lot of these retail investors, is that they invested money they couldn't afford to lose. And then when they didn't get a 10-fold return on it, they needed to sell it in order to pay the rent. Right? That's what you're talking about, because that's the kind of underlying desperation right now in our society. Anything for ROI at any cost, return on investment at any cost, because there is no way to get ahead, period. Cryptocurrencies actually offer a way out of that. They really do. And, Ethereum is the new Wall Street. Just think of it like that. All Wall Street transactions will now, going forward, they are building out as fast as they can humanly build it out on the Ethereum network. The entire Wall Street world will be on the Ethereum network. You think that's going away anytime soon? Because once they build the rails for an entirely new system, they keep those rails for a long time. Just look at the ancient financial system we find ourselves in today, where it takes days and days for a transaction to settle and banks to transfer money. And, oh man, it's just a nightmare when you can do it instantly with a keystroke. Any asset, anytime. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no transaction cost. Well, there is a slight transaction cost on the Ethereum network for these big institutions that are doing these transactions, but those transaction costs are given back to the Ethereum holders as yield on their money. In other words, Ethereum is a yield-bearing asset that's digital in form. An asset that you never need to, like, you don't have to have tenants. You don't need to really store it. You can have, a lot of people do store them in cold wallets, in personal digital wallets. I trade with mine, so that's not really a practical thing for me, which is okay. There's other ways to insure yourself. But so that's really what we're looking at with the current scenario, right? So the ETFs, institutions are coming in, buying it up. The retail investors are throwing it up because they didn't get their long-awaited October, and now they're all throwing a hissy fit. And all of a sudden, if you look on X, you could see the ones that have lost everything because they're just inconsolable, and it's the end of everything and the end of the world, and it's the end of the cryptocurrency market, and nothing's good. And, that's that whole thing. That's how you know you're at a bottom. Not a top, right? You're at the bottom when you start seeing that kind of stuff. So, so it's interesting that the cyber prophecies led us here, but the cyber prophecies have also talked about the alien presence, the fact that going forward we're going to have this alien technology coming out, and it seems to point to the idea that they're going to be sneaky about it. So they're going to basically take 0-point energy type generators and begin to slowly employ them into the national power feed, power grid, and without really saying anything about it, because they don't really know what to say about it, right? While these big aerospace companies are pushing for disclosure, they're left with trying to just get this stuff implemented in a way that won't implode society, but will benefit it instead. How do you introduce technology to a species which in and of itself would produce maybe fatal ontological shock if it were ever realized where it originated from? That's a pretty good question, isn't it? How do you back engineer alien technology and then introduce it into the public in such a way that you don't scare them out of their belief system? That's a better way to put it. Because when you scare them out of their belief system, they just act like a herd, and all of a sudden you get a stampede. You can't do that. It doesn't do anybody any good. So, so you see what I'm getting at, right? Here's a technology which its very existence should cause fatal ontological shock in our species, because we have wrapped ourselves around in these belief systems which don't include the possibility of that existing. So obviously that pops the bubble of the belief system, and with it you have ontological shock take place. You have people just quit everything because they don't find meaning in it anymore. Same thing has happened in ancient civilizations for their entire history of humanity. When the people lose belief in the existing power structure, which is often governed by a god, which is the deity of that particular culture's religion, and that fails them, they quit everything. And they even walked away from their cities in South America. Vast cities, they just threw up their hands and said, no, can't do it. So that is where you're at, really. And that is a tight wire walk. What if you were the people that were running this whole program for all this many decades, knowing all of this, right? How do you begin to even disclose something like that? And so, you know, there's right and there's wrong and there's secret and there's things that shouldn't be kept from the public, obviously, but it's understandable to see how humanity has gotten into this particular situation. And what else did Lukasik say? It was very interesting because he gave us a little glimpse into why disclosure also is so difficult. And part of that glimpse was the fact that here's a guy who was the guy, right? He's the guy you think of like in the X-Files. He was running the X-Files, this guy. And even he was so compartmentalized within the program that he only got to study the nuts and bolts aspect of the phenomenon. He was aware that there were others studying the paranormal aspects of the phenomenon, the ill health effects caused to humans by the phenomenon, but his particular little corner of the program was just the nuts and bolts part of it. So he couldn't really speak to the idea of, do we have alien bodies? That wasn't part of his little corner of the program. He couldn't really speak to whether or not the craft was given to us or we recovered it from a crash. That wasn't his part of the program. That's how compartmentalized it is. His part of the program was looking at the actual nuts and bolts technology of the alien craft itself, right? And there again, you know, I have to retouch on that idea. There is a way to take what already exists within this material to manipulate it in ways that we can create different kinds of materials which can interact with one another in such a way as to literally bend or alter the fabric of reality itself. That is what governs this alien technology that they have acquired. That's huge, right? But there's this whole other part of it, which is the paranormal part of it. And this Lukasik guy, he actually had a Men in Black and like scenario take place. The Men in Black always show up in the weirdest, like, you know, little scenarios, and he was aware of them. And he had a Men in Black like scenario take place on a subway train. Interestingly enough, an empty subway train, a woman sits down right next to him, opens up a big newspaper, and he's like, well, who reads a newspaper? You know, just spreads it out like, you know, where it's almost in his face, you know, kind of like that right next to him. And in a second, he kind of glances over and he looks and he gets a double take. And right there, just as big as can be on one of the pages, is a man in black. The whole wearing the hat and the suit, and he's got the shiny black shoes on, and he's holding a sign, right? And the sign says, "Join us." How weird is that? She made sure he saw it, waited till the next stop, stood up and got off. That's the kind of bizarro stuff we're talking about, right? And he's thinking in his head, what the, you know, if there were a counterintelligence operation involving some so-called men in black, he's thinking in his head, I'm the guy that would have sent them. So what is this all about? Who are these people? It doesn't make any sense, right? That is the apotheum effect of the phenomenon itself. how weird it can exhibit weird stuff like that. And yet there's a whole nuts and bolts component to this whole thing. He mentioned a few very interesting cases. One of them that have never been published, never been talked about before. One of them was in Georgia. This will remind you not to shine flashlights or spotlights at UFOs. Just don't do it. A gentleman in Georgia shined a 1 million candle power spotlight at a low hovering UFO. It immediately shot back a beam of highly ionized radiation and gave him tumors all over his body. That's one of their cases. In another case, there were 3 teenagers and a policeman. I believe this was in Kentucky or Kansas. And they all witnessed a low-flying, gigantic black triangle, which was photographed. He claims the photograph that you do see out there online from that encounter is the real photograph. And it was noted that this black triangle had like 100 so-called Christmas lights on it. Lights that were just seemed to be have no real use, no real utility. They seem to be like cosmetic on this craft. And all 4 witnesses are thinking to themselves, why would a top secret government UFO have 100 Christmas lights on it? Wouldn't that just give it away no matter what? Why would you do that? And that brings up this whole conversation that Lukasik has with Corbell and Knapp about UFO shapes and what that means for the phenomenon itself. Why are there so many different kinds and shapes of UFOs? Do they infer utility, different kinds of jobs that they're performing? Are they indicative of different kinds of non-human intelligences? Does it mean something else entirely? They don't know. They simply do not know. So Lukasik is yet another in a long line of these people that are coming out of these legacy special access programs that are beginning to tell their tale. They're doing it as quickly as they can. With their security clearances, he had to actually get all of the content from the 2 books he's released, and yes, they're out there on Amazon, look them up. From the Pentagon, he had to get permission. And he's like, he explains what the difference is. The difference is, if you were talking about like nuclear weapons, the difference is acknowledging that nuclear weapon, it's a difference between acknowledging a nuclear weapon exists and having the schematics and the fuel for it. Right? And that's the difference. What the Pentagon and the military don't want, they don't care about you knowing about the concept that a alien ship exists, but anything having to do with how it operates, anything having to do with the nature of the material it's made of, stuff like that, that is a strict no-go, because you have China and Russia just foaming at the mouth to take us down any way, shape, or form that they can. And that's what they're worried about. So going forward, we're going to see some really interesting stuff take place, guys. The cryptocurrency markets are just warming up, and I would encourage you to start looking at them as something that might help you out. So join me next week. We will tackle another crazy rabbit hole. It's called the Fouquet letter. I'll leave you with that. Look it up.
Awesome job, Jack. Awesome. Great show. You going to come over with Nancy? I don't know. I think she's still going to be talking about Bluebeam.
Cool.
Okay.
I might try to join that. We'll see.
Okay.
I got to go up and see what's going. I hear nothing but noise up there. It sounds like I got company over here.
All right. Well, let me get everything situated so I can transition over to her.
Okay.
I just cleared from TMV Cafe, and that was one of the wonderful radio stations that we go out of, and they're out of San Antonio, Texas. All right.
Nice.
Yep.
Are you getting any feedback on the show, or people like it?
Yeah. People are loving it. Everybody says, why can't we have like one link for it all? I'm like, nope, because we can't do that, because if we do that, then, when that platform decides or changes hands over to someplace else, then they say, then we have to find a new home. So I'm into diversification,
That's right. That's good.
Just like the crypto market, the radio market is the same way. You need to diversify, as well as video platforming. That's why I use Beam to, multi-stream for video side. But I will catch up with you later on, Jack. You have a good one, and I will get this up and out. I got to get Nancy going here in just a minute. So you take care, and I'll see you over there if you come by. All right? Just jump in with us.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. I am going to get us hooked up and connected with the VIXEN'S Vault, Nancy Planetta, and her illustrious Legion of Chaos. Do 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 do. Hey.
Hang on one second.
Doing good here. Let's see here. Oh, there's Jason. Let me see if I can get Jason in here. All right. And then I got to go over to the... there we go. Here's David.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Now I got to fix my OBS, and hopefully Jason will pick up here in a minute.
Sounds like it's a good day. Nancy, you feeling good?
Good.
I'm back and forth. I'm up and down with it. Oh, okay.
Okay. I guess it picked it up right away. Good.
Where's Mark?
Mark Edworthy, you got to put fluid
Mark
in that
Edworthy
lighter.
guy's in the room too. Yeah, how about that?
You got to put fluid in there.
Oh, that's funny.
Flipping and flicking his hair. Yep.
He's flicking his bick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, if we had Josh Hu with us, he'd be like, hold on, let me get my Saturn IV rocket out so I can light my bong. Remember Josh? Hold on.
Did Pete get added? Martinez, my guest?
I don't know. I don't see him. Let's see here. Let me try to get in there once again. Let's see here. Oh, your intro is playing, so you got 30 seconds. Let me let me watch that before I get you in on that before I Pete. No, I don't see Pete in the room yet.
He's there. He's been talking to us.
Okay. He just has to answer the phone. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight, right now.
Wednesday, November the 12th. Where am I? Mark just really set me off with his right now tonight. It was kind of cute and poppy, totally not like him, just saying. But Wednesday, November the 12th, 2025. Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. As start to the show, I'd like to say happy Solar Flare Week. Holy crow. So Florida is taking pictures of the Aurora Borealis. That's always never a good thing. Let me just put that all in one sentence. Always never a good thing. That means we've at least reached a KP5 level geomagnetic storm when we can actually see the aurora on the Gulf Coast of Florida, which we saw very clearly last night and probably again clearly tonight. So, yep, just a heads up, those of you in, northern to central Florida, the aurora should be visible. They're saying the window of time is between 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to try to get photos, while it's not visible to the naked eye, I will tell you all that. It is in your photo settings. Make sure you turn off your flash, either your Android or Apple device when taking photos. And leave for like at least a 10-second exposure when the camera goes ahead and the shutter focuses. And you should be able to get, I think a lot of the ones coming out of Florida are the dense like fuchsia type color. So those are the lower level radiation. But it's kind of cool, like I said. And this is not the first time I've experienced auroras in Florida. I can remember back in the 90s, we had a couple of real good shots. But it is what it is. It's kind of cool for sky watchers. For those of us who are electromagnetically and ELF sensitive, it's been a little hell. I'm not gonna lie. Like I thought my head was gonna explode. Like between yesterday and today, like I had so much pressure in my head. It was crazy. And then I realized that not only had we had an X 1.2 belt off, but within hours of that we had an X 5.3 belt off, and they literally were pretty much in unison with each other, and the 5.3 was moving a lot faster than the other one, so it cannibalized it. Ooh. And we basically have two sets of cannibal flares. One hit us today, one will hit us tomorrow. So it's
You mean it's doubled? It's kind of like
it merges with the energy of the one in front of it.
Oh.
So that's what a cannibal flare is. Yeah. So it's again, and I always kind of keep in thought with the process of this could all just be a giant facade. What was that movie? The American Presidents, I think it was, with Gene Hackman, and it was a comedic movie about two U.S. presidents who are being like they're on the run because somebody's trying to kill them because they figure out this crazy like conspiracy, and it was the vice president who did it. And at the very end, he goes, "If only they knew it was all just a facade." That line always stuck with me because that to me is pretty much everything we witness, experience, and deal with on a daily basis anymore. Nothing, I trust nothing, even solar flares. Yes, my body's anatomically reacting to it. Yes, my brain is actually reacting to it. I think people's anxiety levels are reacting to it. Something's definitely going on with the energy. But can I tell you for sure it's actually a solar flare? Nope. No, I cannot. I can tell you that's what they're telling us. But something is definitely let loose. And we've been hit like literally these are two Earth-directed X flares. And that's like unheard of. I mean, in the month of, get this one, guys, the month of October / going into November, for the first time in history, we had a Category 5 hurricane, a freaking F5 tornado, and on top of that, two X flares Earth-facing. Not one, two. So it's like the 555. What the holy hell is going on right now, Batman?
Yeah.
And on top of that, there's a lot more. I think on the show last week we talked about the earthquake activity that was unexplained. I know it looked like I was totally like rocking Jason Quigley's world because he looked at me like, what? When I was talking about Midland, Texas, and I'm like, oh, yeah, what? You think they had all those shakers in Midland? There's no fault line in Midland. Go look, I dare you. And if there's a fault line there, they drew it recently because there's no fault line in Midland, Texas. Well, this morning I'm browsing through my information and I could find this article from no less the U.S. government, talking about human trafficking tunnels being discovered under Midland, Texas.
Wow.
So was I right with the earthquakes? Yes, I was right. And like I said, I knew there was a lot of trafficking that went on there. There are reports going back decades of trafficking networks there in that area. There have been rumors of tunnels. And, again, it doesn't matter if it's the seat of the Bush family or not. What better place to put something like that than your own backyard? It's sad, but it's true. And I think when people stop and let go of the facade that's been drawn for them for decades now of this perfect unity of politics and realize it's really mostly nothing but a cesspool of people with really degenerative habits who like to spend your money to do them. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at. And that's a big pill to swallow.
Well,
it really is.
The one for Prince Andrew. I mean, I talked to people who live in England, and they were just kind of like, ooh, they're having a hard time swallowing that too.
Well, because they, again, they're taught, it's like the Pope with Catholicism. You're taught that there's this almost like infallibility with these people, and that to run, you're from the time you're a child, if you want to get into politics, you can't do this, you can't do that, your reputation has to do this. Shoot, I have had people come to me because, what I do for a living, I do cybersecurity, I do OSINT, I do a lot of those things. I can scrub somebody's background. You want me to scrub your background? Yeah, I can scrub your background. It's going to cost you some money, but yes, can I do it? Yep, I can. Is it legal? Yes, it is legal. But can I do it? Yeah, I know exactly what the hell I'm doing. So yes, I can do it. Do you know how many people have come to me because they were thinking about running for local office and they wanted to scrub their backgrounds? And I'm like, all right, can it be done? Yes. Is it a one and done? No, absolutely not. You're living in the age of the internet. It'll take away temporary, but somebody somewhere, if they've got an axe to grind with you, is going to have that stuff stored offline and cold. They're going to have it somewhere. It's going to resurface. So many of these services buy that information and then put it out there. Well, that's not legal. Doesn't matter if it's legal. Nobody stopped them yet. You showed me one person that's gone to like Intellius or, one of these things that you can pay $30 and look up people's personal information. One of those places that got sued. And it was effective. No, because they consider it public record. If it's part of your metadata and your metadata contract with your phone carrier says that that's their metadata, they can sell your information. And that's where people misunderstood privacy and what they were selling when they decided to jump on the technical train. Technology train screwed your caboose in a big way, guys. It really did. All right, with that, too, I have actually a guest that I'm hoping I don't know if he's connected in yet, but I'm waiting for him to jump on. So Peter Martinez, if you're listening.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There he is. Okay, he's on. Good. I wanted to make sure you were jumped on. All right. I am going to be introducing Pete here in a few moments. Real quick before I do that, though, tonight's show, you guys know how I run my shows. I bring up my topic. We'll slide in and out of the topic. No, I didn't mean that sexually, but we will bring the topic and we'll broach the topic on and off throughout the evening. We are going to talk about what we had discussed at the close of the show last week, which was the George Washington Sons of the Republic visions. And I'm doing that specifically because yesterday was Veterans Day. And I would like to give a shout out to all my veterans. In fact, I don't think Rafi's on right now. I think he's video gaming. But to all my vets, thank you for your service. And I mean that very sincerely. No matter what this government has done or what it's going to do in the future, you all gave of good conscience. Even though sometimes it was just for damn paycheck, it doesn't matter. You still gave of yourself for the betterment of the citizens and the way of this country. So I do thank you for your service.
Nancy, just one point I want to also reiterate that Armistice Day was celebrated or remembered throughout the Commonwealth. So again, for those members of the Commonwealth.
Oh, there we go. So again, see, to my listeners, I do have a vast and varied board of collective. We're just going to call ourselves the Q Collective. No, you guys don't like that? You don't know? No Q Collective. All right. So most of us are from obviously the United States, but I do obviously also have international members that sit. I've got Mark Edworthy who's sitting over there across the pond in England thinking, why did we let all these immigrants in? But it's okay. Mark, we love you anyway. And he was, as he was pointing out, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth actually did celebrate their Armistice Day, which is an important day to them. You know, we as Americans tend to focus on our own and not internationally. So that's my international flair for the evening. And again, thank you to everybody for their service. If it's done with the right intention, the outcome is kind of moot. I always look at the intention that goes into it. And like I said, most people who give to the service do so for very, very strong reasons. And we thank you for that. But I thought it was fitting to, focus on probably the greatest veteran the United States had, which was George Washington. No, Rafi, there he is. Hello, Rafi. How did I know that would poke the bear?
Well, I was on mute before, so I had kind of missed my intro there.
I was wondering. I didn't know if you were still gaming or what was going on, but yeah. So,
I can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time.
But you can't say bubble gum. But
yeah,
okay.
There you go. Exactly.
Again,
my tongue's tied. Go ahead.
During the afternoon today, I was dropping information into the chat, as you guys know I tend to do. Usually I do it on Saturday, but I waited till today, where I try to gather as much as I can on the subject. So basically, I'm not talking to myself through the whole show. So I did drop the information on the visions that are attributed to George Washington. I did it like I would do an investigative report, basically, where I gave you guys the visions, I gave you the background, I compared it to John Dee and why they are similar, why it is a similar situation to John Dee and the Elizabethan Republic or time period when he was serving as the astrologer for the court of Elizabeth I, and then also Michel de Nostradamus. How they all kind of work together. Even though it's prophetic, and I got to tell you, with all three of these circumstances, when you do the research, there's no way to actually put your finger on what's provable and what's not, because almost every ounce of it is secondhand information on all of it, including John Dee, except John Dee's Enochian language. Obviously he wrote the language of the angels, the Enochian language. So I found it interesting, though, when I was doing all this work and kind of researching it, and I knew that, the first 2 points of the Son of the Revolution visions had manifested, but it was a real close call to the second one as to whether it was post or pre when it was written down. Some people say it happened after these visions were reported. Some say it happened before the visions were reported. So it's a toss-up. But no matter how you flip it, the fact is that the visions did manifest. And it is similar to like a quatrain situation where you can take the information, it's so generalized, and you can kind of apply it to different circumstances in history. But the third prong of the dream is actually very much pointed at what's happening right now. You can see it in what's described, the darkness that enveloped the land, and it took time for that darkness to work its way across the land. I always found that very interesting because when I first heard about these dreams, and this is like 30 years ago, I remember thinking, well, that sounds like now. That doesn't sound like World War I or World War II. That sounds like present now, because people are not seeing it. They're living this life that's been, it's like Truman Show, where they're like, hey, waving at the cameras, and they're not really paying attention to anything going on in their periphery. So they're not seeing all of the manipulations occurring.
Periphery?
I know. I can't say it tonight. It's so funny because, guys, I have to explain. I have not slept, and Rafi will back me up on this, for about a week.
Oh my gosh.
literally today when I got up, he sent me back to bed. I think I got maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep. And that's the first solid sleep I've had in about a week.
That's a good thing.
Well, it's because of the nerve pain with the injury. I can't sleep with the nerve pain. No matter what you do, there's no getting comfortable. So it's not something I'm trying to do or making an effort to do. But I can tell you, without the sleep, the pain just gets worse and worse and worse. So it's today, he got up and took care of everything and gave me a 4-hour break. So my brain is kind of resetting.
All day.
Yeah, I was
blowing the spot.
I was going to say that let me tell you, you try going a week without sleep, Rafa. You try going a day.
The grandkids hard to deal with, man.
Oh, God. Literally, I mean, most people can't even go a night without sleep.
We're trying to keep them from burning the house down.
Let me ask you a question.
You were too. I was going to say they were both late burning the house down. Just putting that out there.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, ask away.
All right. The whole story talked about the visions of George Washington. Now, he told somebody that. He had to say, hey, this is my vision. Who he told that vision to?
Well, the way it's written down, if you looked at the history that I put in there, I think the guy's last name was Massey. It was a soldier in his camp. And these visions supposedly occurred as he was camping. They were getting ready to cross the Potomac, and they occurred at the area where the Continental Army, was actually ensconced at that moment. In fact, it was very interesting, Pete, because before we came on the air, I was thinking about the application that you're working on and the interactive capabilities that you're talking about, what you want to do. And I thought that would be such a cool thing if you wanted to integrate something like that, a historical point in time, find out where the Continental Army was when they were supposedly having these he was supposedly having these visions, have them track down and have people track down where that camp was. It's a cool thing to do.
And maybe even camp where they camped.
Yeah.
Just
because
exploration of everything.
Yeah, because then you're learning history, you're living history, you're kind of participating in something kind of spooky, yet mystical, yet paranormal, and yet it's legitimate. You understand? You're touching it, which is that's so weird you said that, because I literally was thinking about that. That would be a really cool scenario to apply to like a virtual type technology experience where you could actually go experience it.
Well, we're looking to do like all different types of locations. I mean, it's surviving the unknown. So it's not just the paranormal, but it's just all the unknowns that we have in our world. It could be anything, from spirits to
booby traps you laid and make for interesting TV.
To UFOs, whatever, raft, anything, including like historical sites that people may have forgotten, just like what Nancy mentioned. That's interesting right there. So to have people go out there and explore and have adventures, go back out and just unplug.
Well, that's it. And it makes people connect. I always like to say you got to connect your neurons for them to work correctly. It's a thinking process. It doesn't matter if we find out this was all made up by this guy. He just had a rough night drinking or whatever, and he made it all up. It doesn't freaking matter. It's still part of history, and it's still making people open their minds. You're still going to go to a place where, George Washington camped before they crossed the Potomac. People forget that event took place. Our winter soldiers camped on the banks of the Potomac before they jumped on those boats and froze their asses off crossing it. I mean, it occurred. They didn't have any supplies. They barely had clothing. It was literally, as they wrote it, it's how it happened. And if you think about just like currently, if you were to go out to the Potomac in the dead of winter and stand on that water's edge and think about crossing it. Now think about doing that with holes in your boots, no socks. no MREs, no nothing really as a supply. It's kind of amazing. And it would be kind of cool to try to relive it a little bit. It gives you a new respect for everything they went through.
But I'd like to have shoes, because that would not be nice. I think their feet were bleeding in real life, back then.
Well, like I said, it was brutal. I mean, he lost a lot of guys. He lost a lot of guys. And, I mean, it gives a new meaning. Like I always say, they were the Winter Soldiers were the original Marine Corps. You know, those guys were just freaking tough as nails. And, we owe them everything. We really do. We owe them this entire country. Because if they hadn't done what they did, we wouldn't be here. So it's like I said, it's a cool concept. It does work in the paranormal because of the dream factor of it. You could always, for those of you who are into like CE5 meditation and stuff like that, man, you could always try to CE5 that up. Summon that angel. And I always did find it interesting, too, that it was a female. Supposedly the angelic figure that appeared to Washington was a female. Well, that kind of bucks against a lot of history because almost every angelic figure is a male. In fact, I have yet to hear of a female angelic. Do you guys know of any female angelics? Can anybody name me one angel, one cherubim, one seraphim, one archangel that is a female?
Nope, not at all male.
No.
Mm-hmm. It's another little mystery. I always once in a while bangs through my head. I'm like, why aren't there any female angels? Why do we always depict angels as females? But there aren't any female angels. How does that happen? But it's true. People don't think about it. They make the assumption, like our angels at the top of our Christmas trees, 99% of them go to the store, take a look, they're female. But in actuality, name me a female angel. You can't.
Yep.
You cannot. So little weird twist of a fact there. But again, I think what Pete's doing, in fact, when we go off on break, I got 2 minutes to get us out to break. When we come back in from break, I'm going to hand this over to Pete to explain his app a little bit more. I know I asked for Jaffe to be on board tonight because this is something that's in development. And to me, it's absolutely innovative. It's incredible. It offers people a chance to use their brain for something beyond chaos, which they tend to use it for way too much. I mean, and it gives them an outlet to all the stress, all the crap that's happening right now. Because, folks, let's face it, it is stressful right now. It's very stressful. We have a lot of stuff going on. They voted to reopen the government tonight. Yay, woohoo. We'll see how fast that happens and how it's going to happen. Because I think when it reopens, it's not going to be anything close to what it was when they shut it down. The whole reason they let it stay shut so long was so they could reorganize. And that should be obvious to anybody that's watching. They're going to restructure the services, and they should, because the services were out of control. Again, all this stuff, though, it's chaos. The solar flares, the ice cold weather, all of it. It adds this flux of panic to, I guess you could say, a cesspool that's already panicking. So when Pete came to me and told me about this, I told him immediately, oh, you have my 1,000% support. Because, to me, it's something that could be so well utilized and developed and cross-utilized. And there's so much information. There's so many things you could do with it. It's phenomenal. What a phenomenal idea. So, guys, hang in there. I'm taking us out to our first break. When we return, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Peter Martinez and have him explain everything about the unknown. Cool. We'll be right back with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't believe it.
I got us out on time.
Yeah.
Shut up, Mark.
Let's see how well this continues.
Pete, go ahead and bring Barbara in. Where is she?
How do I do that?
Okay. Mark, can she add somebody to the chat?
We can add only one more to the chat right now.
Okay.
All right. Can you walk Pete through adding this person to the chat, please?
Okay, go up. You'll see at the top of the screen it says people, and there will be 9.
Because I'm on my phone right now. So hang on. Okay.
You know that link that I gave you? Just share that link to her, and she should be able to come right back in. Just copy that same link.
All right.
Okay? Oh, yeah.
Dude, why aren't there any female angels? Doesn't that bother anybody else?
The thing about it is that we don't even know.
Well, here's my thing about it, all right? Unless it was like Sodom and Gomorrah or, today, all right? Days of today. Who would want to look up a male angel's, gown? All right? Come on.
Well, it was the
Come on.
males that wanted,
Tell me.
wanted to take wives.
No. Tell me,
It was
Nancy.
the males that
How many? Yeah, I mean, you got to teach your young son to look up at proper places. All right. If there's no star up there and there's an angel on top there, all right, you need to teach him right, all right? You make sure that he's going to, fly straight with the angel.
You didn't have any Nephilim come from the female angels.
I was just going to say,
I need another link. I'm sorry to be, to interrupt.
Hey, Jaffe.
Where's Jaffe at?
If anybody's been on the dating scene in the last 20 years, everybody will know why there are no female angels.
Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go. He had to say something. He had to do it.
Well, I did say Sodom and Gomorrah and now. All right, days of now. All right. I did not. That should explain everything there, Raph.
Is Pete? Are you doing okay getting her in? Are you hanging in there?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing for reals.
You just copy that link and give it to her.
Yeah, but I forgot where I found the link at.
Oh my God!
In the chat, dude. In the chat. Go in this same group, in the same chat that you're in now. Just go to the top of the page and hit that left arrow.
Oh, he's on a phone, so I don't know.
It does. It is the left arrow. I'm on a phone too. It's left arrow.
Okay, and then I just copied that one link. All right.
Anyways, we are being restreamed tonight by most likely Roger and I know the Great Conspiracy's been restreaming me all night long. Appreciate you, Great Conspiracy. And let's see here.
Let me see.
I'm getting behind on shout outs.
What am I said? I sent it to Nancy.
I got it.
All
yeah,
right.
that's the link, right? Let me go paste.
That's correct.
Send it to her.
All right.
And, it's
So
Jiva.
if
That's
you
his
are
name.
in
It's not
Kick-
Jaffe.
Jaffe, I know. I realized that, Roger.
Jiva.
You have to understand.
Jiva.
I spent 5 years calling my best friend's friend by the wrong name, to the point where it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
is that not true, Rafi?
Yeah.
See, Jaffe
I know exactly what you're talking about.
is another person. though.
30 seconds.
It's like whenever you say Jiva and then you say
I know. It's two different people.
like Jaffe, you don't ever want to be called Jaffe. That's just a no-no.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Hold on.
Mr. Pirate Radio. Oh.
Yeah. Jiva's a
Anyways, here's your
computer
countdown. 5,
genius.
4, 3,
2.
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, November the 12th, 2025. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault, folks. On break, as usual, it was controlled chaos or uncontrolled chaos, all depending on how you view it. I see it as uncontrolled because I just sit back and listen to everybody out-talk each other. During this break, we had the experience of why are there no female angels? And, of course, we had to listen to Vicky complaining about the fact that it was the male angels that inseminated all the human females. And then, of course, the male response was, have you seen the dating scene over the last 20 years? There's a reason there's no female angels. Yes. So again, welcome to my controlled chaos. I love having a large, very vastly well-rounded group of people surrounding me, and then asking a very, I guess it's not an innocuous question. It's just an obvious question that nobody asks. Why are there no female angels? Name me one. You cannot.
Actually, I just want to correct you on that. According to technically, according to scripture, angels are genderless.
Yeah, but it
Well,
had to be
explain that to
male ones.
Gabriel.
Yeah, male ones that looked at
Well,
the
it's
human
still
females
a-
and said, "Ooh, I want one."
The sons of God are considered angels.
I was just going to say, if you're a son of God, you cannot be genderless. See, now that's a whole woke agenda thing. I'm just going to put that out there. Maybe that's where it started. Maybe that's why the Israeli lobbies paid for it. Maybe I'm onto another conspiracy. Here we go. But like I said, again, there's nothing anywhere biblically, anything you can find that's going to point out, even John D.
I've got you. You got Angelica. You got Anila. You got Dina. Angelina.
But are these
Evangeline.
mentioned in the Bible? Are they in the Bible interacting?
Now, Anila is the Polish translation of the Latin name Angela, and it means angel or messenger. Anelia is a popular Poland original classy name.
But are they angels?
No.
It's
I mean, are they
angel
in the
name.
Bible?
It's an angel name. You just have to
Because-
accept it. That's the way it is.
But no, I don't have to accept shit.
It's an angel
I
name.
angels.
I didn't even see those names in what was it, the Book of Enoch? But maybe
That's
I
what I'm
need to go back and look.
It's an angel name.
Yeah,
It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know about the Koran. I mean, I do know that, again, to me, there are reasons why the three bigs, and I call the three, major Protestant, Catholic, and Islam, I call them the three bigs. There's a reason why they kind of focused on women and dirtied them. Because they did women dirty for like 2,000 years. They really did. Biblically, contextually, I mean, physically, they kept women down.
Okay.
Why? I mean,
Jophiel is an archangel, and she's sometimes considered female. Also, believe it or not, Lilith is sometimes described as a female angel.
I was going to say.
She was made up by, she was written after 100 years after, and was written by the rabbinic medieval group.
Actually, no. Lilith
I
precedes.
just listened to that today.
She was
And
supposed to be a
Lilith-
female who fell
Lilith
from
is
grace.
not a thing. It was made
Lilith
up by
precedes.
the rabbis. Nope. They
She's
made that
part of
up.
Jessica.
They made it up.
She's actually, Lilith is part of the Sumerian text.
Okay.
Ishtar.
So she
Leo
does,
is.
yes.
Before she
does
was Lilith, she
precede
was
it.
Not
Ishtar.
Lilith.
Yep.
But
She's
but
the pagan
Lilith is
branches of it.
Women
show
are
her.
But Lilith is different from Leo.
women's are not.
Women's are not.
It's because women are not agents of peace; they're agents of chaos.
I actually do not disagree with that. And Rafi knows that. I have said that many times. I am not a fan of my own sex because they are chaos. They are manipulative. And
Yep, and that's why when the apple fell and Eve took it, and she said, "Hey, you ain't getting any, Adam, unless you eat this, because I ain't making no dinner tonight. You have to eat this and this only." and that's why we are not in paradise anymore.
That's why we can't have nice things.
Exactly. There you go, Raph. You know what Eve is short for, don't you? Evil.
Oh, here we go. All right, so back on track. Mr. Pete Martinez, welcome to the show. Did we get your EXO in here? Is Barbara in here with us?
She's here. She has a mic off. There you go. There you go, Barb.
Welcome to the show, Barbara. And guys, for my listeners, I want to introduce both Peter and Barbara. What's your last name, sweetheart?
Blinn, Blinn, Barbara Blinn.
Okay, and Barbara Blinn. And like I said, they're working on something I consider to be just incredible. And you guys know me. You know me as a host. You know me as a person in many ways. I have unlimited imagination and interest when it comes to knowledge. I mean, I am like a vacuum cleaner. I will research things down to the most finite dust you can possibly imagine, looking for answers or alternative explanations.
Chaos.
Yeah, well, I try to make order out of chaos because my brain does not like patterns that don't align. Oh God, I knew Roger. Roger, I can hear your thoughts. That's how long we have been doing this show together. Like literally.
Hey, Ralph, let me ask you a question, Ralph. Ralph, you there?
Yo, Pete.
Yo, so is Nancy your Google or something or what?
Is Nancy my Google?
Yo, Google.
Only.
Yo,
No,
Google,
she's not
bro.
on Google, but she's my Google when it comes to all that obscure ancient knowledge stuff.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
It's interesting because Rafi was with me when we were at Full Disclosure, the event, and we did this technical analysis. Believe it or not, it was a program that was designed to find out your personality type, and I was the only one that got the result I got. And basically, it told me that I look at, for everybody else, there's one set of facts. And for me, there's 7 sets of facts to one thing. So in other words, I see multiple realities at one time. And I can accept them all rather than just choose one. And it made me different than a lot of people. In fact, the guy that looked at me, that did the thing, and said, you get frustrated with people because they can't see it. And I was Rocky will tell you, like, I kind of sat back and went, yeah, I do. I get pissed. Absolutely. And he says, do you think they're stupid? I was like, that's harsh. I don't know if I'd say stupid. I would say, I don't think they do enough homework. They don't open their minds enough. And we thought that was funny. But 2 of the psychics that were there both told me their first words to me were, you're AI. Like, literally, it was creepy. Like, creepy as hell. And I'm like, I am not AI.
All the time.
It does go on the fritz. It does. You gotta like walk, bang the side of my head. But it is interesting, and it was a reality check for me because I have to sometimes, it does calm me a little bit more now since I did that, because it makes me realize that not everybody sees things the way I do, and I need to be more patient with people and realize that not everybody's lived my life. They've not all had my experiences. Sometimes people like just having one answer, and I need to learn to satisfy myself with that instead of trying to change everybody. Let people be who they're going to be. So that was my personal lesson.
Sometimes complicated things are not necessarily complicated.
Correct. But my brain wants to complicate everything.
Hence the chaos.
Hence the chaos.
Hence the chaos.
But that being said, again, when Pete approached me, and he called me out of the blue. He was all excited. He actually called Raphael first because they are old, long-time friends. And Pete used to come on our show, Game Theory, as well as Vixen's Vault when we were with Odyssey. Yeah. And we called him the bathroom babe because he was in a house where, everybody was active. And when we did the show, it was usually around the active time. So he would seclude himself in the bathroom and do the show. And so you'd hear like the echo from being in the bathroom. But we had a lot. Yeah, he made it happen. We had a lot of fun. And like I said, so he's somebody that Rafi and I are super familiar with. He's worked with Rafi in the security industry, and he's got incredible knowledge of drones, which is something that just interests the hell out of me. So it's, being in technology, I'm always into, what you can do, what surveillance is exactly, what are they capable of, where are we at now legally as far as the thresholds with the FAA, stuff like that. Little Pete will tell you.
Yeah, it's kind of funny now. Wouldn't
you think, with all the things that are going on, that especially with them they're really kind of locking down on the cartels, which means, you know, the laws when it comes to surveillance are going to be really tightened. But you know, he came to me and he said, I'm getting involved in this thing. I'm like, thing? He says, yeah, this thing. He goes, it's kind of up your alley. I'm like, up my alley. Okay, that's okay. So define that. And he was like, well, it's kind of like the paranormal, but it's not like the paranormal, but it's kind of like the paranormal. And I'm like, okay, so what do you need? You know, whatever you need, I'll get it for you. What do you need? And it just started a conversation. And I got to tell you, when he kind of was allowing me his vision, I could see exactly where his brain went with this. And I thought, wow, he's right. This, you know, handled correctly, this could be, it's not just a stupid fluke, you know, virtual type thing. It could really be a very immersive, educational, cool experience that would be really awesome for people who are into stuff like that, who, you know, and I know a lot of my listeners are gamers. A lot of tech people listen in because, again, we tend to deal with the Minds crowd, Mr. Mark Edworthy. But it's just, you know, I've always kind of looked for that bridge, you know, where I'm not a gamer myself, as Raphael will attest to. It's something where I don't think I have time for it. I could read a book, but I can't sit there in front of a TV and play a game. But if I could do like an epic with a game or a saga type game that was immersive, where I was participating and I was learning, that I could do. That I could absolutely do. And it's like almost like, you know, I thought somebody should have done something like that with like the game Risk, where, you know, you could do an immersive like war. And I'm not talking about how you guys do it with shooting everybody up. I'm talking the strategy, the brain power that goes into it. So it's, you know, Pete, I'm going to let you loose. I'm going to let you off your chain. And you have Barbara with you also, who can help you, you know, and show her minds, because I haven't spoken with her yet. And again, welcome to the show, Barbara. But I'm letting you guys off your chain. Go right ahead.
All right, Barb.
Pete.
Yeah.
You want to do the intro, Pete, or would you?
Yes,
like
I'll do that. I'll do the intro. Okay, so we are surviving the unknown, and basically, we're trying to bring people out back, just to go outside and exploring, not just the face into the phones and stuff like that. But then again, using it to bring them out into the world, into their surroundings. This vision is actually Barbara's vision, and I'm just trying to help her express it and to bring it out so that everybody could enjoy, and in a gaming fashion and all kinds of things, you know. So, Barb, why don't you just take it from there?
Surviving the Unknown is more of an interactive app that I've created that will turn into a virtual reality headset game to where people can interact and find our artifacts throughout cities, and we actually pay them for those artifacts when they're discovered. But I'm actually casting them as well to place them in one of the most scariest locations so we can then film them if they can survive the unknown. We don't just give them paranormal or Bigfoot. We give them aliens. They also have to find food, water. They have to survive 15 to 30 days in an environment after we pick the challenges. Like they become a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3. And once they're at that level, they are then entered into our challenge. And the challenge is what makes our show, which is a YouTube show that we're going to turn into a virtual reality show where people can interact with the players. Is that okay?
You got it. This is exactly
that was beautifully put. I'm watching Mark. See, Mark is my little. You see his finger up there. This means it's working through his brain. He's thinking about the actual applications of it. See, I can't see Jiva, so I can't give you what he's doing. But I can tell you, Mark's playing this out in his head, going, "How would that work through GPS technology?"
Yeah, I was just thinking about it on the legal front.
Yep.
Legal, and also it's only a US-based application.
For now.
It's not.
Yes.
For now.
Yeah.
Depending on how you know.
Because I'm looking at it from a legal point of view, because I remember the Pokemon Go game and entering restricted or premises that are not publicly accessible.
Yeah, we get
that went
consent.
terribly wrong. The Pokemon.
Yeah, we get consent from all locations, like the Clay County Jail. We meet with them. We get their consent. This is why we only do one city, major city at a time, because we have to go in and speak to mayors and county commissioners and things like that. And then we set up that city. So once the challenge is met and you've had, so many people win and find and become a tier 3, they are then placed into that jail or wherever we put them. But because I'm also a producer, we are literally filming this as a show. And that is how I am interacting people with my show by having them go find artifacts, collect real Cash App money because they found the artifact, and then have the choice to be in my challenge for the show or our challenge.
So it's, in other words, it's like a Naked and Afraid where you can choose to take off your clothes or not.
That's so
or it has to have some type of environment, whether there was true haunted, like we go out and Pete has gone, me and Pete went and filmed areas that have paranormal activity. We're not just going to say it has it. We want to prove it has it.
Right.
So
right.
We will go out and make sure that, hey, there was an alien, or there's something going on out here,
well,
or there is a Bigfoot.
And I was going to say, what's good about that is you're bringing in multiple disciplines, which people don't understand when it comes to the paranormal. The paranormal is not what people think, at least not if you're seriously investigating. There are multiple disciplines involved that you have to be familiar with, environment being one of them, mechanics being one, physics being one. I mean, there's so many things that are involved that you have to be able to, at the top of your head, because you have to debunk things. You have to say, hey, that's an electrical wire. That EMF is not coming from a ghost. That's because your house is going to burn down any moment. Thank you. Can you fix that, please? I mean, there are, like I said, there's knowledge that comes with what you do. And that knowledge is very powerful. But believe it or not, it gets you to your answers at the end, because when you run out of things to debunk, I always say Sherlock Holmes absolutely had it right. When you run out of a list, you're stuck there going, well, I can't explain this. And I've had that happen multiple locations. In fact, I was going to tell you guys, you really want to do a location, Dry Tortugas, Fort Jackson. It's isolated. It's incredibly haunted. You're talking yellow fever. That was a Civil War era fort, and it's also it's a wildlife preserve currently. So it's something where you would have to go through the state of Florida. I've been there. They are very easy to work with, but it is that would be an incredible adventure for anybody who's into that. And it is haunted, very haunted. So again, things like this, when you express, and I'm interested because I know with Pokemon Go, being in technology myself, this is what I do for a living. And the first thing I knew about Pokemon Go, because I almost hit my son with a frying pan when I found out he was using it as an adult. My first words to him were, "You realize you just pretty much hooked yourself to the CIA, right?" You do realize that by downloading that app, you have now given the United States government access to pretty much everything they want, including where you are at all given moments of time. How did I know that? Because I know the person who wrote the program, and I know he wrote the Keyhole technology program for GPS data tracking in the continental United States. So yeah, y'all you slipped up and fell in the poop pile with that one. Because yep, we don't just have our top programmers write simple game code. There's a reason behind all of it. They wanted to track, they wanted to see what people would do.
Nancy, I think ours will be interesting because we do one big city at a time. once the challenge is met, any that are out there, we shut them down. And then we start filming, and then we go to the next city. I don't want to go on a national level. And Pete's my best because like I run. If I see a ghost, I don't stand there and communicate. I'm like, peace out, I'm gone when it starts talking to me.
I'm waiting for like the phone call from Pete. Nance, talk to this thing. No, it's like I said, it's.
I will get you online.
Dude.
Put you on FaceTime or something.
Some of the coolest stuff you will ever experience, and you will meet some of the coolest people. And believe it or not, you'll meet, especially when you go into the UFO side of things, you will meet some incredibly brilliant people. Like people you will never imagine in your life would be involved in stuff like this. Who just unbelievable. But again, it gives you a wealth of knowledge, a network that's insane. And when you start collaborating with these people, you begin to learn truths. And I've said that my whole adventure to where I'm at now in my life, where I see politics the way I see it, I see governments the way I see them, all of that came out of exploration of the paranormal. And when I say that, people laugh at me. I'm like, it's not a joke. Because you have to learn things. You have to learn things about your environment, your situational awareness. All of those things come into play when you're investigating the unknown, because there is no answer. You're working aside. Yeah.
Nancy, it's going to be interesting for people who have never actually experienced the unknown.
Yep.
And they're going to be out in a challenge where we've proven there's real paranormal, and we're going to be out in a trailer filming them in that location. When something scares the shit out of them and they come running out of the building. That's what's going to make.
And what a lesson in psychology, too, because, again, years ago, they had a show on MTV called Fear. And for those of you who are not aware, that was a show that actually Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters, he was one of the producers on that show. And that's how I actually met him many, many years ago. But they used to put college kids in haunted, like the USS Hornet, which is a very haunted aircraft carrier. They put a bunch of cameras on them and threw them in the belly of the boat and left them there all night. And it went, dude, it was one of the most entertaining shows you will ever watch in your life. Because, oh my God.
Oh, so we're on to something good then.
But the bad part about that is that, come back around 2-3 years later, they got sued because of the psychological impacts of what happened to some of because they were so terrified. It damaged it, like people had PTSD from it. It's like, well, Holds Harmless may have come in handy dandy with that one.
I'm glad I have a good lawyer. We can get waivers signed.
Oh God. But again, there's something about adrenaline release, and maybe teaching people to control thought through adrenaline. It's kind of like it is it's a lesson in psychology, how to control how you think in a high stress environment. Because I will tell you, paranormal investigation, if it's for real, if you're doing it for the right reasons, and I do it socially too. I'm not going to lie. I love doing it socially, meet some wacky, fun people, have some great times. But when something happens, like you're standing in a room and you watch a 100-pound picture frame lift itself off the wall and slam itself back into a wall, and there's nobody there, there's no strings, there's no chains, there's no rope, the damn thing just did it all by itself. Yeah, you lose all feeling in your body for a moment. You're like, what, did I just really see that? And you're looking at everybody else, did you see that? I mean, because there's no explanation for what you just saw.
It's a bunch of people playing Marco Polo with themselves in the dark.
All right. With that, guys, I got to take us out to our second long break of the evening. When we return, I'm going to give Raphael more crap about Marco Polo. But it's always the same, never different. Hang in there, guys. We'll be returning with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Hey, guys. Guess what Jack was talking about tonight? Phenomena.
What?
No,
he saw my thing.
Say that
dude. I had to post it. You knew I had to post it on Facebook. As soon as I saw that meme, I was like, "Oh no!"
Anyways,
oh yes.
We're gonna
oh,
lose
no.
this room, but I'm gonna bring us right back into this room. So, folks, if you want, you can start hanging up, but watch for a call from right back here again. All right?
Pete and Barbara, we have to do this. We have to switch rooms over. So just the phone will disconnect, hang up the phone, and we're going to call you right back. So just don't go anywhere.
Why are we
Okay.
switching, by the way? Why is it a thing?
It's Teams. It's Teams, Jiva. We don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am. We will be working on getting something new real soon. As soon as our friend over Angel Munoz over on Beam combines Beam with his audio platform, and when that happens, I want to take and move us all over there. Then we'll have 4K camera technology too. All right.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. So I'm going to deny David because I'm not. Well, I'm going to get ready to close us out here and bring us back in on the other side. All right. So everybody just go ahead and hang up. Hang up, everybody. David, you got to hang up. Vicky, hang up, and then I'll call you all right back. There we go. Okay. Let's see. I'll call everybody back up here in just a minute. Legion of Chaos. Chaos. Because we got to organize the chaos. That's right. All right. Let's get everybody back in. Admit. Hey, David. I got to get everybody back in.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, you're a little quick on the draw.
They told me I couldn't get back in, and I dismissed it. But anyway,
I had to dismiss it because I was ending the call there.
Oh yeah, because I already ended. Yeah, I went out too early. Yeah.
Hey,
All
hey.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, it's Jason. All right.
I totally forgot it was Wednesday. Can you believe that?
Nah, how can you do that? It's
I
Wednesday.
swear, I forgot it was. Yeah, I thought it was. I don't know what I was thinking. It was Tuesday. No, today's Wednesday.
Got hit with the solar flare, Nancy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Try to get.
I'll use that as an excuse if it'll work.
Pete's not coming in again. He just needs to click that link right back that he had before, and same with his with Barbara.
Right.
Yeah. Can
All
you
right,
let
give me
him
a second.
know?
Let me let him know.
Click
Yep,
that
yep,
link
hang on.
right again above. It's the same link. Oh no! Who did that? Ah. Oh, good thing we are on long.
Everything was lost.
Yeah, someone hung up. Cleared the.
Oh.
Someone hung completely up on the deal.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. That's Raffy down there in the corner. Okay.
Trying to get everybody back. Pete.
Yeah, I'm just clicking on because I keep getting them and I keep clicking admit, so I don't even know. I can't even see the names. I don't know who I'm bringing in.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Guys,
no.
baby.
Oh man, I'm calling Willie by accident. No, I don't want Willie in. No. I get click
It might-
happy, you know that?
He might actually bring some interesting topics to this stuff because
Ah.
he likes to talk about his pee jugs and stuff.
Yeah, branded pee jugs.
Ain't nothing better than getting a pee jug for Thanksgiving. Eat that turkey and pee.
I'm trying to hang up on Willie. Oh no.
No, Vicky, I didn't say history was a lie.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Last time, remember, you were telling me history's all a lie. It's all written down wrong and everything.
Anyways,
I said that also.
Let me,
I agree with him. I agree with Roger, Vicky. It's all
No.
a lie.
Anyways,
American history is a lie.
You're talking about two different things. Lilu is Sumerian. Yep, that was a whatever those little
That's where it stems from.
you know. But Lilith is. I looked it up today.
Litu
It
is how
wasn't
you-
written until
The
the
Litu.
3rd century, and it
No.
was how many 1,000 years after Genesis? It was a bunch of rabbis sitting around trying to figure stuff out. It's garbage.
It said 5,000 years.
No,
yeah, give or
the
take.
Lilu thing, but not Lilith. Lilith was made up by the rabbis because they wanted to blame somebody. It's got to be, don't they have a prayer that says, it's all the women's, thank you for not making me a woman?
Lilith
I know
was,
that you know
Lilith
that.
was a
That's a
demon
prayer.
that was supposed to take stillborn children from pregnant women during the night. And it was something to scare children so that they wouldn't wander away from the home after night.
Yeah, Gary
Yeah,
and
that was
Sonia
the-
are in the YouTube chat.
They were also
Lilith is definitely not in the Bible.
Incubus.
I never heard of her.
Yeah, she's not a part of the Bible. She's not actually religious text. She's Gnostic.
She proceeds. Yep, she proceeds.
Yeah, no, the Lilu does. The Sumerian.
not
Lilu
that-
does.
Barbara, back
But
on,
Lilith
Mark.
wasn't written
Okay,
about
all right,
until
I got everybody now.
the
All right.
3rd century.
But that's semantics. That would be like saying Jesus is not Yeshua and Yeshua is not Jesus when they're one and the same. It's just
What
different
you're
names.
saying is, if you wrote
Lilith
it
is
after, the Bible
Babylonian.
was written, and then somebody decided to write something afterwards and say, oh, well, that's part of the Bible because we wrote it 1,000
No, it
years
never
later.
was.
It was written before.
That doesn't work.
No, what I'm saying is
It was made up.
it precedes. It precedes the
No,
Bible,
it doesn't.
Vicky.
Yes,
it
not
does.
In the rabbis. Not.
But the
They get it
rabbis
from the
don't.
rabbis.
But the
Lilu
rabbis
is
don't
something
precede
different.
Babylonia.
No.
But
What?
your chronology is wrong. The
No,
rabbis
it's
are
not.
post.
I just read about it today.
No,
They said they wrote
Vicky.
about it. Medieval
Vic.
rabbis
Vic.
wrote it.
Sumeria did not
Lilith
have
is not there.
rabbis. Honey,
No, it
Sumeria
isn't.
did not have rabbis. Sumerian
No,
rabbis didn't
exactly.
exist.
Exactly.
Right.
See, Adam
They
was
wrote about
actually a Dappa.
1,000 years
Right.
later.
Adam
You
is
can't say
Adam
Adam was
backtrack.
a Dappa. Adam was a Dappa, and the Jews.
I mean, if you
stole
want
Adam from
you're
the
getting that,
Babylonians.
and you're saying that the rabbis made it up. So
Anyways,
that's not true.
anyways,
Sumerians.
Is that what you're saying?
Larry
No.
Larry Hersman did find a passage in Zechariah about winged women, but
I'll have to
they're
look
not
at that. I don't believe that.
referred to as angels.
Well, angels, you know that means messenger. We use it incorrectly. I'm
But
sorry,
moth-
I'm just
moth
not going to
means-
buy this.
I'm just
made up,
saying.
Rabbi
But again,
stuff.
Yeah, but
You
again,
know
I'm going to stand by what I said earlier. Eve is short for evil. That's it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Well,
but like I said, the writing, the Tale of Gilgamesh.
In 30
Well, to be
seconds.
fair,
Yes,
in 30 seconds?
Shush,
Lilith
everybody
is not
shush.
part of that.
But
Lilith is
the
not part
writings,
of that
Yes,
story.
let's stop.
Lilu
Take a
is.
breath. Take a breath. Lilith and Lilu
You're not
are the
listening to
same.
what I'm saying.
I am. They are
No,
the
you're
same
not.
entity.
You're
They
saying
just
that was written
adjusted
before.
the name.
And look
And like I
out,
said,
cats,
it's like
dogs,
saying
and kids.
Lilu
Here's your
is
countdown.
not
Okay.
5,
All right.
4,
alias.
3, 2, 1.
They
And
don't
you're
listen.
live and back on the radio
Why do I bother?
side right
Got it.
now.
You gotta having like chaotic conversations when you're on break, which we do always on this show because everybody has strong opinions and we all have, different backgrounds. Like I said, we all research in different ways. I hear Vicky giggling and she knows, but we argue religious context like pretty much on a daily basis. But it's because she comes at it from a religious opinion. I come at it from chronological. And we were discussing Lilu and Lilith, which is probably something I'll do a show on. But the fact that, over time, it's like, with Gilgamesh. And I always say to people, the tales precede the religion. The origin stories precede the religion. So in other words, the rabbi. Whoa, wait.
I agree with you.
The rabbis were not. They were not in existence when the Sanskrit was chiseled out. And Gilgamesh, the part of the Gilgamesh tale, Lilith is part of that tale, but it's in a different series within the Sanskrit. It's not part of the tale of Gilgamesh.
It's a different name.
Correct. But is Gilgamesh Noah?
No.
Yes, he is.
No,
yes, he is. No, that's because the whole story of Noah came from the tale of Gilgamesh. It's an identical tale.
It's two different. It's like looking at all of the different cultures. You're going to say that Native Americans don't have the same flood story?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you each culture usurps. Each culture usurps
stuff.
Yes, they usurp the story from a tale before them, and they rename it. And they make it their own, and that's what every religion does. It's like when like right now, what happened in New York City when Ram Dami won. One of the things I said was that's actually a religious thing, because what they did was they just basically took down a Christian capital and they just raised a freaking a mosque right over the city of New York. Because that's what religions do historically.
If you don't believe that they got him from central casting, which they did.
Oh, no, of course he's central casting. I mean, I said that from the beginning. He's a red herring. I'm like, you guys are idiots. It's all the same game. They're playing you at this point. But again, there's always a reason for it. You'll figure it out when everything explodes in their face. But it's one of those things where, again, historically speaking, everything is always revised to whatever social political boundary needs control at that point. It's like the story of the Messiah. I can find you at least 15 historic Messiah stories.
That's just how
I was trying to tell you, which I've never gotten to say, is that we were on the same page as far as, the divine council at Oregon, thought that they, the early Christians and were still on the same page. They understood the whole Sumerian thing. They knew about all that. And I never gotten to have that discussion, and so I'm just saying that, and why the Abrahamic,
because the women hold the bloodlines, and I've always said that there's a reason why women were painted the way they were, because we hold the bloodlines. Our bodies hold the genetic key. The men may actually
Eves that all of the body, all of our genetics come from 7 Eves, and the
thing is yes, mitochondrial. But I will say, like, the men don't understand their own power. The male line actually determines the future sex and different things and different genealogical things. It comes out of the male, not the female. But the female is the spawn. We are literally the chalice. When they say the chalice and the phallus, they're not playing. The female is the chalice, and that's probably it's probably why, historically speaking, they had to be vilified and controlled. Because they are the control. They are the factor that allows it to proceed forward. And it's probably why, biotechnology-wise, they're trying to remove that power from humanity. Have you all noticed that? On my board, I've got brilliant people sitting here with me. Have you guys all noticed that biotechnology is moving into that state of being now where literally they have fake uteruses, fake wombs, men are giving birth to women. They are removing basically the crown from the female's forehead. They're putting it into a biotechnical state. Because, again,
the men want to take this from the females.
I think men as a power thing, because women, and I say this with not even great love, women cannot be trusted. And it's probably because they've been betrayed over and over again, because they do hold that power. They've always sought to have control over it.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Women and men can't be trusted equally.
They cannot be trusted.
There you go.
I just
Adam and Eve blame shifted. It was her fault. It was the snake's fault.
And
and Eve was deceived. Adam knew exactly what he was doing. He was like, I still want Eve. Okay.
That's
he
what
chose.
I'll disagree with this point, and that's why Eve is portrayed in this way in the Bible, because she deceived Adam. And
It
why?
never said that. It
Is
says
to
she was
show
deceived.
that women cannot be trusted, that they are pleasure seekers, constant pleasure seekers, and well, they cannot be trusted, and they deceive good men. If they're
Well, then why didn't
is that
God
why
just
they gave
kill
her the-
off Eve and make a new one?
That's
Yeah,
where
Penny,
Lilith
I mean,
comes
you
into
know,
play.
it said
See,
Adam and Eve. So
Lilith-
Adam was
Lilith
a little
turned against
automaton that would be
Lilith-
just told what to do.
Hey, Lilith
Yes,
turned against
that's the-
God,
that's
and
the
then
point.
after she did, that's when Eve was created, according to the Gnostics.
Correct. That
Okay.
is the creation of the Gnostics. Correct. Now, my thing is that again, it's men are from Mars, women are from Venus. It's the nature of the beast. You know, you cannot have all things being relative, and the way that the universe works. Forget, religion. Let's just leave religion at the back door for a minute. The universe is all about balance. Okay, you show me one equation in this freaking universe, one situation in this universe where there is not a counterbalance to something. It's all
So,
about
Are you
dueling
saying
positions.
Adam is good and Eve is bad? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that every position
Okay.
has a every position has a counterposition. I think the Asians had it correct with the yin and yang. Every position
Absolutely.
has a counterposition, and that you have to have the two to make a whole, to make a complete whole.
Well, Christianity is not about wholeness. It's not about.
Yep.
Well,
I'm
I
with
would
you.
I would disagree,
that's
but
a
I'm
reality.
getting beat up by everybody, so we'll just go on.
No, it's not even about being. It like I said, I will say historically speaking, they are both Christianity and Islam are brutal with
Well,
women.
I will
Brutal.
answer why. I will answer your later past question when you asked why there is no female angels. Well, because women are sinful creatures by nature. They cannot be angels. How can you be a divine creature if you're a woman?
But
that
but
was the
angels
whole
had sex
Christianity.
with human women. So how could they sinned too? And that's what people don't realize.
I was just
The
gonna say-
angels sinned.
Time difference. See, you're thinking on the level of a 21st century woman. We're talking about a civilization that was over 2,000 years ago. Okay, women
the
weren't
angels sinned
respected.
before man did.
2,000 years ago, you kept your mouth shut. You stayed in the house, and if you went outside, you went outside with your menfolk. And if
Very
you-
few women had control structures in very few civilizations and cultures, 2,000 years ago. There were some, but very, very, very rare. And
they even
in
had
fact,
instructions on how to properly beat their women.
I was just going to say, the Council of Nicaea made sure. I was going to say,
it's a fact.
the Council of Nicaea literally made sure that structure was not only reinforced, but that they pretty much choked out the cultures that did allow women leadership roles. And which, I said there was a reason for that. It was because they can't, I call it Scheherazade syndrome. Basically, a woman can get in a man's ear. She can affect everything he does, everything. I mean, from his decision making to his warring to his financial, everything can be affected by a female if she has enough control. That can conquer entire countries. Entire nations can rise and fall based on the whim of a female. It's not all her fault.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's what you're saying.
No.
Saying. That's what they're
I'm saying
saying
that
back then. Okay.
over time, you had the story of Constantine and the 3rd century, the Council of Nicaea. Most people are not familiar with the actual story. They tell you what the Catholic Church preaches and what Christianity preaches is that Constantine, the great pagan emperor, converted. No, he did not convert. He never converted. There's no evidence that Emperor Constantine ever converted to Christianity. His mother converted. His wife converted. He never converted. They said on his deathbed, according to his mother, he was baptized. It was never witnessed by anybody but his mother. Don't believe me? Go look it up. So the council knew at that point they had a problem. Why? They have 2 females in control of an empire. A massive one, because Constantine actually split Rome. He took the empire of the Vatican and the Catholic Church from Rome and moved it to where? Greece. Constantinople was established. Yep. So again, there's history here as to why the Vatican, as it rose, made nuns and priests. And the priests had control, and the nuns just kind of did the poor people work. And they built lots of tunnels from the Vatican to the convents, and lots of babies born illegitimately, and somehow we had popes related to each other. But again, the fact was that's the way the symbol it was set up. And why would that be? Because they could not have the female power structure in place. Why? Because jealousy. Women, I love women in many ways, but women, man, we got some issues. We do have some issues. We tend to act out of stupid shit sometimes, and it really can rock the world, and we don't think about the fallout of what we're doing.
As a man, I will say that it's actually men's fault that they allow themselves to be played like that, to be fair.
Well, men play women too, though, in fairness. I mean, honestly,
true, yes.
I
Obviously,
know quite a
it's not
few,
one-sided, but
especially young women. Young women are very, they're very hormonal. You forget, we are set up differently biologically. Our clocks are set differently. Men 18 to 20, you guys are humping everything that freaking moves, and a dry wind goes by you, and you're like trying to put the tent down. And I mean, you guys have this incredible surge at a certain age. Women don't hit that until they're 28.
We hit it, and then we quit.
And then,
I didn't mean for you guys to keep talking about this.
It's true though,
You
and
wanna
it's
talk about
funny.
your video game.
It's funny because women are 28 until their 40s.
Mm-hmm.
It's a longer stretch too, and their whole imperative is to reproduce. Men's imperative is, they don't think about the fact that what they're doing is considered reproduction. No, they're just like, oh, okay, it feels great. Let's keep doing it. Yeah, it feels great. Let's keep doing it. Women actually consciously know that they're creating life because that's what they want. That's what their imperative is. That's what their programming tells them to do. So it is a science thing in many ways. It's a biological thing, and I can tell you, man, I still remember 28 through 40. It's like very hard. Like I had my last child when I was 24 going on 25, and I was done. I had 2, a boy and a girl, good to go. But it was hard because you want another one. You're like, oh man, just a little baby, and so soy, it smells so good, and love and done. And it's your nature. You can't help it. Your hormones you think you can tell your hormones what to do? Good luck with that.
Hey, I tell you what, if I have to have an object the size of a freaking watermelon coming out of a hole the size of a freaking golf ball, no, it ain't happening, dude.
They say it's a labor of love, dude. They say it's a labor of love for a reason.
Get you off topic.
It's okay.
That was good.
It's all right. Like I said, it's a labor of love for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
You have children because you love them.
Mm-hmm.
You love life, and you forget the pain. Like literally, I went through one of the worst labors you'll ever imagine. 10 pounds, 6.5 ounces, fully natural. 3-day labor. He damn near killed me. And within 18 hours, I had signed myself out of that hospital and went home with my baby.
I want to talk about aliens now.
Okay.
Hey, Roger.
He probably was an alien.
Don't you have a video to play for Mark?
It's all up to if Mr. Watashik would let us do it. It's up to him if he would let us do it.
How long is the video?
Not even a minute.
It's not even a minute.
If Mark is good with it, roll it.
Do you?
Is there any copyright stuff with it?
It's from TikTok, I believe, isn't it?
I won't.
YouTube can be really brutal when it comes to copy.
Yep.
And
and so is Facebook. If there's even a hint that copyright will be infringed upon, don't do it.
Well, we were wanting to celebrate Thanksgiving with Mark Edworthy by talking about how great England was and how they have the best bread in the world.
I thought he was going to take and try to ship us some massacred ostriches as from Canada as turkeys this year.
Well,
oh my God! They massacred it? It was like 2 million of them, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In Canada.
Yeah.
I don't. For the listeners who are
if
not,
it was 2 million, but
it was crazy.
A lot.
I mean, for those who are not aware of what we're discussing currently, and we will get back to the app, but it's in Canada 2 weeks ago, they apparently did this, I guess you could say, emu or ostrich annihilation because of H1N5 bird flu, which they thought they detected amongst, I think it was 2 birds, and they basically annihilated several million birds because of
it. Now, did you hear this? Did you hear that it's not just that happened in terms of the ostriches, but now for the very first time in Canada, they are pointing the finger at dogs, cats, pets.
Oh yeah.
That is the
well, they
the
did
news
that
thing
here. People forget they were culling our cattle over H1N5 over bird flu. This was not even 2 years ago.
But that's okay. In Canada, they have free health care, so Dogman and Bigfoot are covered.
Oh God, you had to go there. But it's true. I mean, you guys remember me talk about that on the show because I was like, so apparently they've detected H1N5 in dairy milk in the grocery stores, but it's not dangerous. But they're killing all these chickens because of H1N5, and oh wait, now they're killing the cows. And again, this is the same time Bill Gates was with his fake meat crap. And I'm like, and they were buying up all the farmland because it was all going, it was a fire sale under Biden. So it's like
barnyard animals, dogs, chickens, you name it.
Yeah, it's welcome to, like I said, the free state of America, where they're going to just manipulate everything until you finally figure it out and realize you're paying.
The world won't be better until we admit Canadians are cannibals. Okay.
Oh God.
Nobody wants to openly admit it, but they are eating people up there, guys. Okay, they are disappearing and they are being eaten.
Soylent Green.
There was something like that happened where they were feeding
That's some Soylent Green stuff right
there. Yeah, they found human meat in McDonald's hamburgers, didn't they?
McRib, the McRib. Yes. Pete brought that up earlier on the phone. Pete Martinez was joking with me about that earlier, about the McRib and Soylent Green. But like I said, guys, they've been integrating. In fact, I was telling Pete about the fetal clone cells in the artificial sweetener for Coca-Cola since the Cinemex since 1972.
Pepsi, Starbucks.
Yep.
Quite a few others.
And I'm like, their claim against that, because the anti-abortion crowd, of course, picked up on that, and they said, well, it's not aborted fetal cells, it's cloned fetal cells. And I remember saying, problem with that, cloning was illegal. In fact, it was so illegal back in 1972, it wasn't even funny. And they told us they couldn't do it. Remember Dolly the sheep in the 80s? That was supposedly this new unheard of thing. So if they were able to clone fetal cells in the early 70s and make a sweetener from it, you had to know they had that technology at least in the 1930s and 40s. So what are we talking about here, folks? How much of our stuff, how much of our digestive system has now been integrated into stuff like this, and we don't even know it?
It's fascinating that you mentioned Bill Gates. How quickly he jumped in, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And dude, I don't know if you noticed that we are actually not in climate change crisis anymore.
Oh, yeah. He backed down on that. Oh, I hate to interrupt you guys. I got to take us out to our final break. It went by fast this time. Hang in there. We will return with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments. Sorry it went so fast, guys. We will be right back.
All right, we are on radio break.
Yeah.
Oh, so this
Gee,
is
let me tell you. Let me tell you, Gates, like I said, he backpedaled big time publicly, by the way,
that
about
was so
global
amazing
warming.
to watch. I loved that video when he admitted climate change is bullshit. Oh my God, this was so funny.
Yeah, I've been spraying aluminum into the atmosphere just because I felt like it, because I'm an idiot, because anybody who understands science knew that was not a good idea and said it. Freaking put aluminum in the atmosphere. It's like, what is he trying to kill us all? Yes,
the aluminum
yes,
wasn't
is.
that bad. It's the barium and the sulfur and all the other.
Oh my God, dude!
Well, was it? Did he say that it was complete BS, or did he say something to the nature of, "Well, that's not going to be the thing that kills us"? I thought
he said something like it's an issue, but it's not urgent, and we're going to be fine. We have time, plenty of time, actually.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's
something.
Notice how that all happened right around the time 3-Eye Atlas showed up.
Yep.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're just going to get invaded anyways. Don't worry.
Now they're getting.
They're
getting radio signals from that thing.
We know
So
where the
are we getting
landing's
invaded
gonna
or what?
No, I think it's ours. I really think 3-Eye Atlas is ours. If it's a real object, I think it's ours. I think it's our tech.
Now, I think it's loaded with thousands of Nazis that left in space.
I think it's honestly, it's probably part of the Solar Warden program. Because again, Solar Warden, we've been aware of for. Oh no, I think aliens are going to be part of this. I think we are going to get a true disclosure at the end of this. But it's not hostile. And I've said that. I believe they're here. They've been here for thousands of years. I believe most of us are probably integrated. We're most likely biologically spliced with alien technology or DNA.
Ouch.
I actually believe, in fact, Jiva, I don't know if you're familiar with this. I've always said this. I think we are actually a form of artificial intelligence that reach sentience.
Well, to be fair, it's a kind of interesting theory about simulations of the whole universe.
Yeah.
Because we are getting to that point where we can kind of see and simulate complex enough simulations that we can physically see now that it's possible to do.
Yes.
Like
and
the simulations of the whole universe. So why technically an intelligent species couldn't simulate the whole universe? Maybe we are actually in the simulation. That's a legitimate theory.
Yes.
Maybe
is the holographic.
Maybe we are artificial.
Well, like I said, it actually, if you look at the way we work biotechnically, we are more of an engineered entity than anything else because of the way we function. We're beautifully engineered. Beautifully. But again,
because
it's
of
like,
that, is there even really a difference if we were in a digital matrix? I don't even think there's a difference.
I don't either. But I think we're capable of a lot more. I think there are blocks put in play. It's like when you write a code for a program and you put different things and like little Easter eggs into the code. I think we are full of little Easter eggs, and different things environmentally can trigger those Easter eggs. In other words, I think what we're seeing is solar flares, whether they're solar flares or not, whatever it is. I think EMF, high EMF, does trigger different things in our actual coding. Because I do believe our DNA is a complex form of coding. I believe it is literally structured as a superconductor. So to say it wasn't something biomechanical is almost uneducated.
Yeah.
We
have enough people tonight. If anybody wants to do an after show, let me know.
It's up to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm kind of frozen, but that's okay. That's not normal. I'm literally
here's your countdown.
Sitting out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side, right now.
And we're back, and that was a relatively calm break. Like, we had a really kind of intelligent discourse on the break, talking about like biomechanics and human interaction and what are we. It's kind of like the age old. I always like psychology for that one question. What is life? What is life? Define life. You really can't define life because life has got so many aspects to it. And you've got physical life, you've got intelligent life, you've got conscious life, you've got all these different things that play in. And yet these imperfect little bugs, and that's kind of what we are. We're like the little lice of the universe. We are so complex and so cool, and yet we hate ourselves. And I think that's what kills me. I look at society right now, and I look at all the people, all the protests, all the chaos, all the upset, and I think we hate ourselves. What is wrong with us? We are things of absolute beauty in the face of the universe. We really are, and we have so many things. So many gifts that we are given that we just toss out because it's not what we want or it's not what we feel we need at that moment. Everything we have was given to us. And the way you use it, that's on you. And like I said, at the end of things, I don't know if I believe in heaven, hell. As you guys know, I stand outside organized anything because I don't like being told what I have to think or why. But I can tell you that at the end of the day, you got to be right with you. You can't work against your own core. So, it's like I always say with the 9/11, whatever happened there, the bombers, whether they were or not, to them, if they really thought they were going to have 72 virgins at the end of that tunnel, that's what they've got. Because that's where their consciousness was. And to me, that's what it's all about. What is your consciousness? Who are you at a conscious level? Are you a person who could willingly watch your neighbor or watch somebody you had in your life, annihilate a family next door because they're a different belief system or because they look different or act different? Could you really stand by and do that? Because that's what's going to determine things. When you go to move on as energy form or however you're doing it, heaven, hell, however that works, you're going to have to talk to yourself and say, was I really cool with that? Nope. So why let it happen? I guess, right now you're living in a time of do-over. Hold on one second. Millie! Sorry about that. I think my dog is like, either there's a coyote out there or I don't know, but she's got something on her. Lovely. Thank you, Rafa. But literally, you have to decide for yourself. Right now, when you're inhabiting this shell, this form, this life, you have do-over. You can start tomorrow and change everything how you do it. Make the right decisions. Make decisions you're good with. Who gives a shit if Joe down the street doesn't like what you say? Who cares? If you're not offending him, calling him out directly, it's got nothing to do with his life. Who cares? Do what's right for you and your soul. And that's all. The only advice I can give you all, what Pete's doing, this whole explore the unknown, that's a way to explore your soul. It's a way to let go of this crappy shell that we inhabit. And right now mine hurts to the umpteenth degree because I abused it. But I can let it go. I would be able to put on a headset and go to somewhere in history or in time and let my adrenaline take over and let my brain secrete all those proper connections to solve something, to make me feel like, I'm utilizing the gifts I've been given. I'm learning. I'm collecting data. I'm processing data. I'm connected. We've made it so hard to connect to anything anymore. We thought the internet was going to bind us. The internet is like 5,000 different little superhighways, none of them connecting, going in a million different directions at 1,000,000 miles an hour. When you have kids talking to artificial intelligence chatbots about how to commit suicide and nobody did a damn thing about it, nobody said morally, is that a good thing? We had a real serious issue with society, guys. When they said, oh, well, It's not on the developers. Yeah, it kind of is on the developers. It's kind of a moral obligation. You know, and I'm sorry if y'all want to stand aside and say, well, if that's what the kids want. No, these are kids. You know, and again, I'm going to point that out because we tend to forget, because our kids tend to act like little unruly adults with nasty little mouths and ridiculous ideas that we seem to forget we all had when we were that age.
I want to interrupt you briefly about the suicide AIs. Because from the developing standpoint, this kind of thing was left intentionally.
Yep.
AI is not that complicated, to be fair. It could be mathematically boiled down. That's how algorithms, that censor algorithms are written, because they know how it works. It's just a lot of work, basically. So that information was left in on purpose.
Yep. Do you agree with me that AI, because again, I get upset because, I mean, we call it AI. That's just a name. That's not what it is. Not artificial intelligence. It's not even close. Not by the standard we are set to understand it.
It's a tool. It's a really good tool.
It's a really good processor. I always say that. It's a really fast processor.
Yes. You described it really well.
I'm loving you at the moment, because this is the sort of argument I've been having with various people for several years now. And Roger knows my stance on this. I've had this argument that
he's horrible.
What we call artificial intelligence.
Well, it took when they mislabeled it, and they did that intentionally too. And Jiva knows that, and you know that, Mark. We're all in the development field. I'm a CISSP. I know. Come on. I know how the game rolls. But they did it intentionally to remove guilt as well as standards.
The same thing kind of Google did with their Gemini when it first launched. The black people and the racism and all of that, and with the Hitlers and stuff like that. The same thing is just and I think Twitter did that the same thing.
I think you guys are right, because I was working on a project, and I told AI that it freaking frustrated me. Told her just like that, and it was like it kept on going around in circles with me. Kept on going around in circles, and I gave it specific instructions. And then I have it repeated to me, and it still gave me the bullshit it wanted to give me. So I said, I told AI, I said, before I put you on timeout, because I don't know how, because you're working against me. What did I just say to you? What did I just type? I even asked it, do you understand English? I said, yes. So why don't you understand? All it would do is take the blame and then give me the run-on again, and then give me the same result. And I'm just like, right now it's on timeout.
Because AI is only as good as its developmental programmers. And that's why I said the keys to the gate and our future, in some ways, if they keep depending on AI, goes into the hands of some of these developers are literally living in their parents' basements, drawing plans to blow up the house next door. And these are not necessarily, and you guys know this. I see Mark laughing, and I know Jiva's probably grinning too, because we all know some of these guys. You guys got to admit, programmers are not always the most steady brain on the planet. Geniuses, yes. Let's put it this way. Emotionally steady, absolutely not. They could probably write an entire lecture of psychology on our particular sect of people, because they are usually people who have walked away from society. They have walked away from, because again, they think at a different level. They think in binary many times. They're awkward socially. So they tend to get themselves into situations. That's why a friend of mine was asking about a lot of the trafficking and pornography busts that have occurred lately. I said, let me tell you something. The IT field is screwed. We're going to lose some of the best minds because of these investigations. Because I got to tell you, IT is a dark cesspool of pornographic freaks. I mean, it's like a dungeon. I mean, it's ridiculous. I said, but it's not a well-kept secret. I mean, we all knew that. I said, and mostly it's been, you stay in your lane, I stay in mine. As a female in this field, and I can tell you the one thing I loved about being in technology for many decades was that you never knew I was a female. I was just a screen name. And if I could
hiding.
Oh, dude, I'm a lurker from hell. I was like the queen lurker I'm an old IRC jockey. So, I used to own and run IRC chats to the tune. I built the Ghost Hunters chat for the show. And you're talking tens of thousands of people every night in those chats. And I owned it. And I literally used to sit there and write code. Nobody knew if I was there or not because I had written code that put me in ghost mode. I was proxied everywhere. Like, good luck finding me through my IP because I actually got stalked by somebody one time. And that's why I went into cybersecurity, because somebody actually found me. He was in Philadelphia. He freaking tracked my IP through the different protocols I had written. He tracked me and showed up at my job here in Florida and waited for me. That was back in 2004. And I swore after that I would never, ever feel that unsafe again. And I would 1,000% do whatever I could to protect anybody who needed help from something like that. Because it was scary how easily he pinpointed me. So again, I loved the anonymity that it offered me, but now it doesn't really do that so much. It's much harder to stay anonymous in this expanding bubble that we've gotten ourselves into. And now with the privacy laws and this, the new securities that they're trying to enable, especially England. Thanks a lot, Mark. You guys suck over there really bad. Just saying.
Again, don't blame me. Blame our politicians on this one.
Well, and again, it's to their advantage, though. I'm like, this isn't helping the people of England at all. This helps the politicians of England to control the people of England, because again, they want to know who doesn't like them, who could be a problem when it comes down to, as the future moves forward. And it's the same thing that's going to happen in New York City. We're seeing them trying to institute protocols here in the States. The one big thing I can say about technology in the States that I am seeing a pattern right now, and it's a pattern that's making me smile. I'm seeing a big problem with Palantir. And that makes me very happy because I do not like Palantir. I do not like Peter Thiel. So I'm seeing issues with investment of Palantir. And I'm like, I have a feeling.
Talking of which, did you not read the report that Palantir is coming out of the UK digital ID project?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they made a press statement, I think, 3-4 weeks ago, must have been a month ago now, that they are going to resign from the UK digital ID.
Something's going on. You know what I'm saying, Mark? When you feel it, like your spidey senses like light up, and you just know that something is going on underneath the surface, that you're not necessarily you're not privy to it, but you can feel it with the way things are occurring. Like Palantir, there's no reason for Palantir to lose ground insofar as investment goes. They have some of the strongest contracts in the United States when it comes to government and security and military application. Okay, they picked up NASA contracts, they picked up NOAA contracts. Their AI is being integrated everywhere. So how the hell is their stock crashing? What is going on? Why are they pulling out of major contracts? What is going on? Who got caught with what hand in the cookie jar that all this stuff is happening under the surface?
Well, it could be an argument in relation to economies at the moment. I mean, European economies are not doing great, and arguably the US is dragging the feet a bit. Yeah, it could be just a financial decision.
Again, I find it very interesting. I find the timing of it interesting. You know, you just had a 9/11 anniversary. We're actually going into this 2026 will be, you know, that'll be 25 years. You know, that's a big anniversary. It's a big date for us on 9/11. But we're having a big shakeup going on. Like Raphael sent me a video. Rafi has always had like the one, you know, you guys have heard us bang heads on the show before about my stance on Israel, his stance on Israel, my stance on Trump, his stance on Trump, and where I think everything stands in the middle of that. And we have argued it. He sent me a video the other day that kind of backed up something that I've been trying to tell him, which is that there's a lot more going on than you understand behind the scenes. You have to, it's like a million different parts moving at one time. If you don't catch them, you don't see it. But it was showing how basically Bibi has been cornered. He's been cornered. And the fact that all these little moving parts around Bibi have aligned with Trump. And even though Trump's mouthpiecing one thing, the physical activity shows you something different. Like the Syrian air base that they're putting in, the multinational base that we're putting into Syria right now. The fact that an Al-Qaeda leader was in the White House this past week, meeting with President Trump. And when I saw that, I said, you know what? He flipped. The Syrian president, who was a leader of Al-Qaeda, well, we all know Al-Qaeda was CIA. That was CIA Mossad. Everybody knows that. That was actually part of some of the paper. That was some of the Julian Assange dump. And people forget about Julian Assange.
This is the same man who took a bite out of a dude's lung and who decapitated a 12-year-old with a buck knife. I don't know about all that flipping business.
So what happens if he flips? Because again, if the Mossad and the CIA trained ISIS and trained Al-Qaeda, which we know they did, okay? That's fact. That is not conjecture. That's fact. We know they did. And you had a situation where Gazans are being exterminated, okay? And you have an expansion happening over in the Middle East that should not be happening no matter what. And every time it expands, it's because somebody violates the ceasefire and it's never Israel. You had a chance as a leader of Al-Qaeda, violent though you may be, that is their culture. I'm going to point that out. It's kind of like the Colombians. I mean, even Rafa, I love Rafa, but Rafa has that Latino culture to him where, you know, when he wants to go scorched earth, he doesn't want to just kill you. Okay, dude, he wants to eviscerate your existence in the most violent way possible.
Yeah, I can't play that off to just culture. Taking a bite out of somebody's lung and taking the head off of a 12-year-old that had a PICC line coming out of his arm. I don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think it's a lot more likely that also the fact how they just came down without a shot fired with motorcycles down the M5 and just took over Syria. I mean, of course, they didn't give to Israel.
No.
Well, yeah. That's exactly what happened.
But they didn't.
I reported on it.
Yes, but Israel put tanks in play. Israel was in there before he came down the M5. They allowed it.
Not in Damascus. They were.
Yes, they were. They were at the They were at the airports. They were at the actual airport. That's where the Israelis were. I pointed it out.
That's the symptom of the problem, anyway. But yeah, lungs and 12-year-old heads with PICC lines. I ain't cool with that.
Nobody is. Nobody is.
I don't give them the opportunity to flip. I don't do business with that.
Again, if it gets peace in the region and it gets Bibi out of power, because what's happened under Bibi is a lot worse. It's a lot worse.
I'm sorry, but Trump has no wanting to get Bibi out of power.
Sure he does. Sure he does.
He really, really doesn't.
Do you think
that's my?
Do you think that Bibi Netanyahu would give an ally? Just think about this. Would gift an ally with a golden pager when he sent pagers to the Gazans and blew them up.
I think.
Do you think he would gift it to him?
First of all, he didn't send any pagers to any Gazans and blow them up. He sent them to Hezbollah.
Correct.
Okay, that's Lebanon in the north there. that we're talking about a little speck of, you know what I mean? When we're talking about 2 years
Hezbollah was made by
of
Israel.
genocide, I'm not concerned about a pager. I'm not concerned about a Japanese man that was given ice cream in a shoe.
No,
these
you
are
have to
very
be.
little in consequence to the big picture.
No, it's not, because again, he gave that to the president of the United States. That's a threat. That's not even a veiled threat. Not even close to a veiled threat. That is a direct threat. Here is golden pager.
I'm just going by
And he
the
made that
people that
comment.
gave weapons to waste over the last 2 years. Not so much like the whole 4D chess thing.
Well, like I said, I think we're looking at not even 5D chess. I think you're looking at 6D chess. But again, I think things are going to turn out, and I think it's going to be before the end of the year. You're going to see a very huge difference before the end of this year. And that includes money.
Well,
I think the
if
money
it's not
systems
by
are
the
going
end of
down.
this year, I'm sure they'll freezing.
Netanyahu was Trump's best weapon, dude. He did exactly what Trump wanted him to do, and he set Trump up higher on a pedestal than what he was before. Now, Trump is a guy who is about spin, and that's it. He loves what's going on right now. We all might hate it, but he loves it.
Well, again,
He's
like
the
I said,
Gentile Messiah. That's what
if he gives Gaza, if he gives Gaza their freedom, which is what he's done so far, he has told Israel,
Gaza to give freedom.
Yes,
Gaza.
there is. He will not.
Land.
No, because Israel voted that they're going to they're going to annex it. But what did Trump say? Trump said, "You're not annexing Gaza."
Of the buildings are either destroyed or so beyond repair that they need to be taken down. So it's not I mean, that happened. That's
wouldn't
it
suck? Wouldn't it suck if it got rebuilt on BB's dime and wasn't annexed? Because Trump's not going to allow it to be annexed. He already said, "Nope, not annexing it. Belongs to the Gazans."
Do you believe that's possible?
Trump wants to turn it into a resort. Actually, he wants to go in there and he wants to rebuild it into he wants to make it a resort for the rich and the elite. He already said that out front.
I agree with that, because how else are the Gazans going to survive?
Over there.
Yeah.
They don't have the I mean, this is the thing. The only thing Gaza really has is natural resources. It has the gas caches. It has petroleum. But
I'm sorry for
it has to survive.
Americans, but your president seems to me completely captured by the bureaucracy.
Oh, I don't think so, because like I said, when Bibi was arrested and charged, that was at the very end of the Trump administration. Bibi Netanyahu was, if you guys remember right, like towards, I think it was like the summer right before Trump supposedly lost, Bibi was charged under his own country. He was charged. He was removed from power. As soon as within a month of Trump losing the election, Bibi was back in power. I'm telling you, there are things happening that you don't see it. Yeah, you don't see it. It's I hate you, but I have to play this game.
Right.
Because if I don't play this game, I'm going to lose this game. The game has to be played, whether we like it or not. And like I said, I'm watching all the moves. I'm watching the international thing go up.
I can tell you what's going to happen if Trump allows Israel to annex Gaza completely, fully, and puts the so-called peace plan that he has now put in place. It's going to be really, really bad.
Yep.
Or Israel, for United States. The image is going to be completely ruined.
If that happens, he deserves to go down, because.
But that's the thing.
Nope.
I don't think that Trump is. He's not an idiot by any means, by any stretch of
that's even debatable. That's kind of debate. I don't know.
Sure,
man.
but I think he understands the implications, but I think he's captured.
I think
by the special interests inside the White House and the so-called deep state, whatever you want to call it, the bureaucracy.
I don't like Jared. No. I do not like Jared Kushner. I will say that it's the one thing that makes me uncomfortable with Trump. I do not like Jared Kushner at all. I've never liked him. To me, he's a little slimewad. I am not, and guys, I'm as MAGA as it comes. You guys know that. I will never support Israel as in any facet. And I don't care if people say that makes me anti-MAGA or not, or anti-Trump. Don't give a shit. I will not do it. It's morally incorrect. So, I mean, my opinion is my opinion because what I see happening over there is morally reprehensible. And nobody, to say that it's defendable because of a religion goes beyond logic to me.
I see your point, but I guess I'm trying to rationalize the whole situation, because for me, from looking from the side, it looks so insane what's happening.
Yeah, because it is insane.
Is just completely insane, off the rockers.
Even the U.S. politicians that come out with, anti-Semitism. Okay, and I know I got to close the show up, but I will say, anti-Semitism, it's not anti-religious to say a government is incorrect.
Rebel. She's a rebel.
But, yeah, whatever. All right, guys, I got to close the show up. We will do an after show tonight for those who want to stand on board. Thank you, Roger. I love you. Join us next week for yet another Vixen's Vault. Thank you to Pete Martinez. I'd like to have him on again next week and go a little bit more into detail, see if they get any further with this development. As for my gamers and my developers that have been listening, if you guys have any suggestions for Pete, you can email me at wickedvixen@gmail.com, or Pete, go ahead and give your email where they can get a hold of you. If they have any suggestions or any questions, because I think it's an intriguing idea as a developer myself. I'm like, this is what you could go so many different directions with that.
We're losing the room.
So cool. All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Great show. Before we lose the room.
We love you.
Okay.
It's right down to the wire, man. It's like even the whole timer is saying almost time and shit. It doesn't even say minutes or anything anymore.
It cuts you off.
Freaking, I mean, it was right there.
Well, now
once we get cut off, I am going to call us right back in this room once again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the after show will be.
Now, I shared that video with Mark, so if he wants to do it, he can do it. I'm going to let him decide. It's in your PM.
I don't share because I got too many things going on here to share.
No, I mean, at least look at it. If you want, then I'll run it for you if you want me to, but I'll let you see it first.
Well, the after show's not on air, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, the after show is not on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it is.
Or is
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, but I do turn off Facebook. I can turn off YouTube and Facebook, and DLive is gone right now too because we ran out of time with them as well. So hold on. Yeah, since we're on a timer with DLive.
Hey, Pete. Jiva down here.
So,
if you get a chance, man, hook up with him and talk to him. He's a